Simply a glorious Sunday weather-wise in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. Crowd rolling in for the finale of this three-game series with the Nationals in town. And the Reds are looking for the three-game sweep. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welch, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Well, if you're going for a win, if you're going for a sweep in this case today, who would you rather have on the mound than the guy who's getting the ball, the Reds ace, Johnny Cueto?
Well, after all, Johnny Cueto is only leading the league in opponents' batting average against at 203, and his earned run average, by the way, is also 2.03. So that's an operative number for Cueto. He's coming off an outing where he walked 6 batters down in Florida. Let's forget about that. Look what he's done against the Nationals this year. 8 innings of 6-hit, 1-run baseball. Did not walk a batter in that ball game. If Cueto's on his game, it ought to be a nice game to watch from a Reds fan standpoint.
Well, we talked about the earned run average for Cueto, #1 in the National League. In fact, it's #1 in all of Major League Baseball. Just percentage points better than Jared Weaver, the Angels ace, but you see nearly a half a run better than the next closest pitcher, Tim Lincecum.
Well, that gives him a little bit of a cushion. He could give up a few runs today and still retain that earned run average lead, but the way Johnny Cueto's been going after things, he is not going to give up anything at all if he has anything to say about it.
Well, perhaps when all's said and done today, since he'll be coming off the bench, it could be another big day and late heroics for the guy who's given the Reds plenty of that the last couple of years. We'll talk about Miguel Cairo in a moment.
Of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
We're about 5 minutes away from game time today. The Reds and the Nationals. Reds going for the three-game sweep. The weather, it can't be any better. Can it, Jeff Creighton?
Well, the Reds have managed to take 2 from the Nationals. Is it Mother Nature? I don't know. Weather's been cooperative. Let's see if we can make it 3. First pitch, we're 78-81 that 7th inning. By the final out, a delightful 81 degrees. Redlegs, you've done it twice. Let's make it 3 in a row. Go Redlegs.
Indeed, and back in his customary role, the super sub, if you will, Miguel Cairo.
You know, that may be a good way to put him. Super sub, maybe a number 6-man player. He's a guy that might be the best 6th man, if there is such a thing in baseball, in all the National League. He's played wore a lot of different hats for the Reds. He scores last night on a sacrifice fly, one of 3 the Reds had. But he plays third base like nobody's business. And, man, he has come up with some big-time clutch hits on the year. A walk-off hit the other night to win the ball game against the Nats. Miguel Cairo, not in the lineup today, but certainly a big part of this ball club this year.
All right, so here we go. The Brooms, they're out. Well, they break them out officially by day's end. They're leaning on Johnny Cueto to nail it down.
Baseball is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time.
Reds are taking the field in preparation of the series finale. Folks, I got to tell you, a little while ago, Chris, we were sitting up here and you were the first one to notice. Joining us today for Disability Awareness Day, Tom Willis. Clearly without arms, holding a baseball with his right foot, and this is the ceremonial first pitch today. Strike right down the middle. Tom was born without arms, so he's learned to use his feet to do everything in life, from riding to driving a car, even pitching a baseball. He's taken his Pitch for Awareness tour across all major league ballparks and pitching his message of the awareness of the abilities of persons with disabilities. Unbelievable to see it here. Just amazing.
It really is amazing, all that he has overcome. And you talk about bringing visibility and awareness to disabled people like that. That is a great way to do it, and we congratulate Tom and the Reds for participating in such a great movement here this afternoon.
Great to have him here indeed. Take a look at Davey Johnson's starting lineup here today. Ian Desmond, Jason Worth, Rick Ankiel batting third and center. Michael Morse back in left. Danny Espinosa at second with Lance Nix over at first today. Jesus Flores behind the plate. Alex Cora for Zimmerman at third. And Jordan Zimmerman, no relation. Very talented youngster is on the mound. And speaking of talented, how about Johnny Cueto?
Well, you're not kidding about that. 21 starts for Johnny Cueto. Of course, missed a few starts earlier in the year when he was on the disabled list to start the season. 9-5 is his record. He doesn't walk too many. He doesn't strike out all that many this year. Really is trying to trade it in his strikeouts for ground balls, but man, oh man, he buries those right-handers with that two-seam fastball right in on their hands. Nice slider working, an occasional changeup. Johnny Cueto on top of his game, trying to keep that earned run average lead that he has right now in the National League.
So Ian Desmond digging in. Here's the first pitch of the afternoon. Swung on and fouled out of play for a strike, and this game is underway. Talked about how good Cueto was. We showed you the numbers a moment ago. That was 2 starts ago. His only outing this year against the Nationals. 8+ innings, 6 hits, a run, didn't walk anybody, and fan 5. 0-2. 11 games ago, back on the 17th when the Reds were in D.C., Davey Johnson reinserted Desmond into the leadoff spot, and he's been very, very good there. But struck out on 3 pitches to start this one today.
Well, Johnny Cueto, ever since he began to adopt that Louis Tion turn, it seems like the deception that he has with this fastball, all of his pitches have gotten so much better. It looks like that ball just comes out of his shirt out of nowhere as he turns. All of a sudden you see the torso. Next thing you know, 94 at the knees.
Jason Worth at 230, 16 home runs. He hit number 16 here last night. He has 49 runs batted in. First pitch breaking ball and a dandy from Cueto. Worth homered to right center field in the 3rd inning last night against Mike Leake. That was the inning where the Nationals hit a pair of solo home runs. The only 2 runs allowed in 6 innings for the Reds starter and the eventual Reds winner. Leake picking up his 11th victory of the season here last night. Reds have gotten very, very good starting pitching here the first 2 games of this series. Dontrell Willis, 7 innings, 3 runs in the opener. Leaked the 2 runs in 6 here last night. And now their main man on the mound looking for win number 10 today. Strike 3 called. Whether or not Worth is upset with himself or upset with the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook. What do we know about our home plate umpire? We'll get to that in a minute after the Reds defense presented by Ford. Fred Lewis to start out in left field. Frazier getting the nod over 3rd. Paul Janisch back in at second base, and a battery of Cueto and Ryan Hannigan. 2 down, nobody on, and now Rick Ankiel makes his first start in the series. Ball 1. Told you Sam Holbrook behind the plate here today. Paul Schreiber at first, Chad Fairchild at second, and Country Joe West, the crew chief, at 3rd. Started to ask you, Chris, what about Sam Holbrook behind the plate?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Tom. The operative number for Sam is 61.68. That's a percentage of strikes that he throws, right in the mid-range of most umpires.
2-out base hit into center field on a 1-2 pitch by Ankiel. Keeps the inning alive from Michael Morse.
looks like he just gets a slider up right there, a little bit, maybe a little bit of a spinner on that, got on the side of it, and Keel, who has not been in the ball game here the last couple of nights, at least not as a starter, gets a start right here, goes right into the number 3 spot and bangs a base hit.
Of course, normally that number 3 spot occupied by Ryan Zimmerman. He's getting a day off here today. And a fastball is into Michael Morse, ball 1.
How about a little more on Sam Holbrook? He's a Kentucky boy, still lives in Kentucky, went to Eastern Kentucky University, where he has a master's degree from EKU, 46 years old, and has been a major league umpire for a little over 10 years. And a great guy. We see him every winter when we go down there for the Portsmouth River Mural Dinner. Your dad has been down there many times, Tom, and of course we see Gene Bennett and company down there, but Sam is a regular at that banquet dinner, and it's a fun time. He's a pretty good storyteller.
2-0 to Michael Morse, and there's a called strike. Well, I'm sure a lot of the umpires have so many great stories. Now, to have that gift to be able to tell the stories and tell them well,
yeah,
that varies from person to person.
Well, you know, you really don't hear umpires talk that much.
Right.
They don't get interviewed very much, so you're really not sure. But when you do hear a story, a baseball story on the field from an umpire's perspective, it usually is one you've never heard before.
There's a 2-out walk to Morse. So all of a sudden, after fanning Desmond and Worth to begin the game, and Keel has a 2-out hit, a walk to Morse, and they're 2 on for Danny Espinosa. Obviously, when you lead the major leagues in ERA, you're not having a lot of innings where you're in a lot of trouble. But I know the game, I watched you and Jim Kelch in Florida the other day when Cueto, for him, like a lot of other guys, but for him this year, he's been so great during the entire body of work over his front 20 starts. He really stands out when he does have issues in the first inning from time to time.
Well, you know, because of that rotation, sometimes it seems like it may take a little longer for him to get a good rhythm going. When he's had problems, it's been in the first inning. But we've really only seen him have one bad game, and that was in Chicago when he really took the mound with flu-like symptoms, was sick, only got to the ballpark an hour before he was supposed to be on the mound to pitch. Last week, I'm not sure why he had control problems. When you walk 6 in a ball game for Cueto, that's a big number, very unusual.
Two on, 2 out, 0-1 on Espinosa. Fastball high and tight to even the count.
Little purpose pitch right there, not necessarily to try to intimidate Espinosa, but to change his eye angle a little bit. That ball comes up and in hard, a 4-seamer. Now you run that 2-seamer down and away, hoping that he pulls off of it, and you get a little easy ground ball to end the inning. It's tough to intimidate a major league hitter, but you'll see where Hannigan wanted that ball. Perfect spot for Cueto. Executed it great. You come right back to the next pitch with a 2-seamer down below, and Espinosa just wasn't committed to it. Could not pull the trigger. Go right on back there down and low with your bread and butter.
Quick hand Keel, the runner out at second base. Michael Morse over at first. 2 outs, and the 2-strike pitch is rolled foul.
You know, it's funny because a lot of guys go out there and they throw 93 miles an hour. But some pitchers have that late life. And when you talk to a hitter who has faced Johnny Cueto, that's what they're talking about. It looks like halfway to the plate, all of a sudden the ball takes off and has some kind of special movement. Not all guys can do that. On the radar gun, the readings are the same, but from the batter's box, completely different.
Breaking ball smothered by Hannigan, and the count even now on Espinoza, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reds come in riding the wave of a 3-game winning streak. They're back to the 500 mark for the first time since July the 6th, when they beat the Cardinals in 13 innings to go to 44-44. They have not been over 500 since the 3rd of July, when they beat Cleveland in the final game of that interleague series to go to 43 up and 42 down. Line into center field. That's a hit, and that'll bring in the game's first run. Throw going to third, and the runner is out there, but the run does count. So a 2-out run scoring single by Espinoza puts Washington in front 1-0. First inning allowing a single, a walk, and an RBI single, and he caught a break that Michael Morse decided to try and go first to third and was easily thrown out to end the inning. So the Reds coming to bat. Here's Dusty's starting lineup today. Brandon Phillips, Fred Lewis out in left field, Joey Votto at first, Jay Bruce in right, Todd Frazier the start at third with Stubbs in center, and a latter third of Hannigan, Giannis, and Cueto against a very, very talented young right-hander in Jordan Zimmermann.
Well, this just might be Jordan Zimmerman's last start of the year. He's had 25 of them so far. They're going to put an innings limit on him right around 165. So you see with the 157 today, a long outing will get him right into that area. 8-11 overall. He's only 25 years old. Behind Steven Strasburg, really the #1 other pitching prospect or young pitcher in this Washington organization. Last time out, he had a tough luck loss where he lost 2-0 to the Arizona Diamondbacks despite pitching 6 1/3 of 2-run baseball. So very talented pitcher. He's already shut down the Reds the last time he saw him when the Reds were in D.C.
Yeah, that home run he gave up to Sean Burroughs was Burroughs' first home run in the major league since 2005. That was quite a duel between Zimmermann and Ian Kennedy. Kennedy certainly will come up short in the Cy Young Award voting, at least you would guess. Still got a month to really finish strong, but Kennedy has just had a great year for the Diamondbacks. (2-0) on Brandon Phillips. Phillies are coming in town. We'll get a look front and center at some other guys that are in that race for the Cy Young Award, especially here on Tuesday night with Roy Halladay towing the rubber. Would you bring up last night all 4 of their starters? An ERA no more than 2.6 coming in starting tomorrow night.
Yeah, 2.6, 2.7, right around that. They're stingy. They're lucky. I mean, every time their starters go out there, the other team doesn't score. Tell you what, if you like starting pitching and quality starting pitching, you need to be out the ballpark the next 4 nights.
Look at those numbers.
I mean, and they all get it done in a little different way. I mean, Hamels is different than Halladay, who is different than Lee, and then Vince Worley.
That is a foul ball on a 2-2 pitch to Brandon Phillips. Take a look at the Nationals on defense, brought to you by Ford. Morse again out in left field. Ankiel to start in center with Worth and right. Desmond and Espinosa. Up the middle, Alex Cora, a rare start over at third, and Lance Nix moved from the outfield to first base. Flores hanging the signs for Jordan Zimmerman. 2-2 again on Brandon Phillips. And he started 2, and the home plate umpire said he went around.
Well, Brandon really, he's not contesting whether he went around or not. All he wants is Sam Holbrook to look down to the first base umpire and say, ask him for a second opinion. Of course, our Expo, Performance Honda Expo, shows that Brandon did go, and I'm sure that Paul Schreiber at first base would swear to whatever Sam Holbrook said.
Fred Lewis checks in at 236, 3 home runs and 18 runs driven in. Two and 1 to Lewis with Joey Votto waiting in the on-deck circle. Reds down 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. There's a rocket knocked down by Cora, able to find it, and then makes a strong throw to get Lewis by a step.
Freddie Lewis likes to slap the ball the other way. That was more than a mild slap there. That was a rocket. And Cora knocks down, and the veteran utility infielder saying, whoa. I mean, a little sponge you put in the pocket of my hand right there to prevent another line drive coming at me. That one hurt.
So now Votto with 2 down and nobody on. Joey had his consecutive on-base streak come to an end here last night. You may remember he began the year reaching base 33 consecutive games. He had gone 29 in a row most recently until last night. He'll pick it up again here today. That one just does clear the wall and right. And that ties the game. Votto, you saw even looking around. He wasn't sure that ball had cleared the yellow line. And it barely cleared it out near that Washington bullpen.
Well, he gets a breaking ball, Joey Votto does, and his ball breaking right into his wheelhouse. And the only question was, will it be over the fence or will it knock the fence down? That ball was smoked.
Joey Votto safe at home. He's safe. He's secure.
New York life.
In his 26 starts this year, that is only the 4th run surrendered in the first inning by Jordan Zimmerman this season. To coin one of your phrases, Chris, you delivered a theatrical pause there.
Indeed.
Before adding New York life.
The tagline needs a little bit of setup.
A little drama.
Now you're coming around.
You've been hanging up at Playhouse in the Park again, haven't you?
Well, close by.
Yeah, very
Put them out at the Bar and Grill. That's close enough, right?
They'll be down there rubbing off on you a little bit. Kathleen Turner, when she was in town the early part of the summer, she was having lunch up there every day. Did you ever see her this summer, by the way?
I did not see her. I heard that she was up there all the time.
Yeah.
I heard she was a great lady. It's a big name to be able to bring into the Playhouse in the Park.
Oh, yeah. 1-2 the count, and that's in the air by Jay Bruce in the left field. Moore's continuing to drift and has room to end the inning. But a Votto home run, his 25th of the year, ties the game at 1. For serious injuries, call 1-800-OHIO. Well, you go back to that road trip, Chris, right before the All-Star break when Cordero blew a couple of key saves through St. Louis and Milwaukee. He has not blown a save since.
No, he hasn't. In fact, he has pitched outstanding baseball since the break. Not only at the break, though, but all year long right here at Great American Ballpark. He has been just nails. And you hope that Francisco Cordero gets another chance to close one out this afternoon.
You know, as the end of the season approaches and we get through the next month, we'll continue to talk more and more about certainly some of the decisions the Reds are going to have to make at the end of the year and looking ahead to 2012. As there's ball one to Lance Nix to begin the second inning of a 1-1 game. And certainly Francisco Cordero has to be right in the middle of all of that talk. Cordero, a free agent at the end of the year. The Reds do have an option on him, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're bound to that. Either you pick it up or he's not coming back. There are other things you can do if you would like to bring him back. The Reds don't have anybody else down there in their bullpen that has been a major league closer. Not to say they're not capable of it. Much talk has been about Aroldis Chapman. But will he be going into the rotation next year? If he is, all right, what do you do about a closer? And would the Reds entertain the idea of bringing Cordero back for another year? You're talking about a guy in Cordero, and closers oftentimes are one of the lightning rods of any franchise, whether you're winning or not winning. There's a tapper down to Phillips, and that's the first out in the inning. But the bottom line is, in the 4 years Cordero is here, Chris, you'd have a hard time finding many closers around all of baseball, National League or American League, that have been better at their job than Francisco Cordero.
Well, you're right, Tom. And if you decide not to re-sign Francisco Cordero because of the money, you're going to come close to paying someone else very similar money to come in and try to do that job. So you know what you have with Cordero. Now, do you give him a long-term deal? You offer him a one-year deal? You really don't know what is out there for him. But I think he likes pitching here. He likes being here. Familiar with the area. Like Cincinnati. He's been a great donor to the Reds Community Fund in helping along some of the things that they've done. In fact, he has a field named after him. So I would think that it might be worth some consideration on the Reds to at least explore that.
You know, there are a lot of fans out there. We mentioned about the closer being a lightning rod. I mean, there are a lot of them that are yelling at the TV right now saying, what are you guys, nuts? Well, look, if you just look up the numbers of success ratio, Cordero has the second best success ratio in the National League among all closers of 4 years he's been here in Cincinnati.
Well, you know, every fan out there wants your closer to be Mariano Rivera, and there's only one of those guys. So you look at the next tier below him and you say, all right, well, where are we here? And Cordero's in that group.
Hot smash by a diving Todd Frazier into left field. Flores aboard with a 1-out hit. See Cordero in a 14th place tie with Todd Jones. He'll continue to move up that list, whether it be wearing a red uniform or somewhere else. I mean, Cordero clearly is nowhere close to being near the end of the road.
No, I think he's in much better shape this year than he was last year. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's throwing the ball a lot better. But at the same time, you wonder, all right, well, this is your free agent year, Francisco. Why did you wait until this year to get in really great shape instead of doing it last year or the year before? And he admitted that he just wasn't in the kind of shape last year that he expected himself to be. And, you know, guys have a tendency to do that in their walk year. He's not the first one.
Number 8 batter Alex Cora digging in. And he looks at a fastball strike. 1-1 to Cora. 214 batter without a home run. 6 runs batted in.
You know, if you had 2 or 3 guys who you really had great confidence in that could step right in and be the closer, and if that first guy didn't do it, then you had a plan B, and if the second guy couldn't do it, you had a plan C. But I'm not so sure that the Reds are in that position.
Votto for 1. The throw back is not in time with Cueto covering.
Get a little defense out of Joey Votto, makes the scoop, fires it as he turns to his glove hand, and that 3-6-1 is about the toughest one you can turn out there. But you're not going to get Joey or Alex Cora on that one.
One on, 2 out. Now the pitcher Jordan Zimmerman, 8 hits and 41 at bats, has a double and 3 runs batted in. One of his hits came against the Reds. And he has another hit against the Reds as he dribbles that one through the right side into right field a hit.
It's a pretty good swing right here. I mean, he hits that ball to right field like that's what he meant to do. Well, I thought Johnny Cueto got and allowed last inning to get away from him a little bit. You get 2 quick outs, give up a base hit, and you walk a batter, and then you give in to Danny Espinosa with a breaking ball on a 2-2 pitch, and you hang it, and he drills it for a base hit, and you're down 1-0. Same thing on the verge of happening right here as you turn the lineup over. So this is where you really bear down on Ian Desmond.
Desmond struck out leading off the game. Strike 1. Sounded like he broke his back. That's because he did. On that check swing, it was fouled out of play, and Cueto ahead of Desmond now at 0-2 and wants to visit with Ryan Hanigan. Incidentally, Hanigan catching today for Johnny Cueto. You talk about rare. You've got to go all the way back to July the 19th of last season when Cueto started a game against these very same Nationals, when Ryan Hanigan was behind the plate when Johnny Cueto was on the mound. And boy, it certainly makes you wonder about Ramon Hernandez not being behind the plate today. Maybe he's not feeling well. Maybe he's just a little bit beat up, cruising around the dugout right now, because that old adage about why mess with a good thing, and you can't be much better than Cueto and Hernandez have been together.
You're right about that. I'm sure Johnny Cueto is having a little bit of a time getting used to a new catcher back there. Sounds like it's not a big deal, but unless you do it and you've been out there, you don't realize how big a deal it is.
Well, there's strike 3, and that'll take care of Desmond and the Nationals. After an inning and a half, we're tied at 1. Well, right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, chat with our Hall of Fame baseball writer Hal McCoy. Plus, you can get connected with Fox Sports Ohio Game Connect. FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by 1-800-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Look at that little angel hanging out with Dad here today, trying to get that picture. And she's covering up that adorable little face. That guy came ready, glove and all. Dad's not going to win this argument. Just out of luck. We've all been down that road. Todd Frazier to lead things off in this 1-1 game, and Jordan Zimmerman delivers. Swung on and fouled out of play. Jordan Zimmerman, you don't see a lot of baseball players come out of the state of Wisconsin. You'll see them from time to time. Of course, the University of Wisconsin, one of the great athletic universities in the country, do not even have a baseball team.
I did not know that.
Get so far under the crawl of their athletic director, Barry Alvarez, of course, who is a legendary coach at the University of Wisconsin. Alvarez won 3 Rose Bowls, and there's only been 2 guys ever that have done that. But all of the budget cuts around universities all over the country, along with Title IX, right now at Wisconsin, there's just no room for a baseball team. Zimmerman, a great football player and baseball player at Auburndale High School, primarily a wide receiver in high school. Pitched collegiately at the University of Wisconsin Stevens Point. Still 2-2 to Frazier.
You know, the interesting thing they do in high school baseball in Wisconsin is that their high school baseball season runs into the month of July because the weather is so wet and so cold in the spring. I remember when Ned Yost was the manager of the Brewers up there, he would keep us updated on his son that was playing high school ball into the middle of the major league season. Shoot, around here, we've got a lot of summer league programs that are done by the time middle of July rolls around.
Good at bat there by Frazier. Worked the count to 3-2 and then just bangs one into center field for a leadoff hit. Before anybody starts going crazy, by the way, what I just said a minute ago, because I've already gotten a text about it, I was in no way, shape, or form implying that Title IX is adversely affecting collegiate athletics. So just don't even go down that road. People get uptight about everything.
Why don't we give out your cell number and see what people really think about
Jeez,
that?
oh, Pete. Those are just a statement of fact is all it is. I have a little girl, and I hope she can play any sport she wants to play as long as she wants to play it all the way through college.
8513 857 5609, right?
I think that's it. Oh, and one on Drew Stubbs. 0-2. Stubbs had a good night here last night. 3 for 3 at 2 infield hits, stole a base, knocked in a run with a sac fly. One of those infield hits that Stubbs had last night was nothing more than a routine 2-hopper right at the shortstop, and he beat it out. But a strikeout victim, his first time up here today, and that's the first out here in the inning. Second strikeout in the game for Jordan Zimmerman.
Hey, Zimmerman's got great stuff. I mean, when you put him back to back and you think if Steven Strasburg comes back healthy, who throws the ball in the upper 90s, here you have Zimmerman who averages 94 miles an hour on his fastball, throws a slider at 86, has a curveball, an occasional changeup. But look at the run on his fastball. When you see him in a situation where it throws that two-seamer, it starts middle of the plate and ends up off the dish. That's how much run it's got on it.
Strike one to Ryan Hannigan, a .262 batter with 6 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Nationals got a 2-out run scoring hit by Danny Espinosa in the top of the first. Joey Votto tied the game with a home run to right field in the bottom of the inning, and this is a blue base hit into right field.
Well, it looks easy from our perspective. I got to tell you, this blue base hit right here had no chance of being caught at all, but Todd Frazier really wasn't sure whether it would or not. He hesitated between first and second, so that's why he only got the second base, but the Reds have at least one runner in scoring position.
Saw Frazier there taking a look around to see where everybody is playing. Not only in the infield, but the outfield here with 2 on and 1 out. Paul Giannis trying to break this 1-1 tie. Giannis started the opening game of the series. He had a very important at bat in that game. The Reds had fallen behind 3-1 in the 6th inning. There were 2 outs and nobody on. He had an 11 pitch at bat, drawing a 2-out walk. And after hits by Willis and Phillips, Giannis scored a run to make it a 1-run ball game. Frazier is picked off second base, 2 outs in the inning.
Oh, man. Well, the second baseman was kind of dancing around, and you see Frazier. What you really got to do is take a look at the pitcher, and he looked like he was watching Zimmerman, but that's a very quick move. The second throws it right on the money. The ball and the second baseman get there at the same time, and Frazier's picked.
Force out will end the inning. Couple of hits, 1 man left. We played 2, and we're tied at 1.
I'm glad I'm this type of pitcher. I'm glad I'm not somebody that throws 95, 96, just because it makes me think and makes me feel a little more accomplished when I pitch, just because it's a little tougher to mix and match than it is to overpower somebody.
So our Geico direct quote from Mike Leake.
I like his style. I mean, it worked pretty well for Greg Maddux. And I'm not comparing Mike Leake to Greg Maddux, but his style is very similar. Add, subtract, use the entire strike zone. Let a hitter get himself out as opposed to you trying to overpower him and you getting him out. Kid's got it. I mean, he's got a pretty good idea. And he's going to win a lot of games at this level.
We talked about it a couple of starts ago in regard to Leake. Last year, as you know, he only made 22 starts on the year. And really, you take away probably the last 5 or 6 of them, because once we got a couple of months into the year and they knew they had an innings limit on him coming out of college from a year before at Arizona State, #1 pick, as most of you know, they started playing that drill where they'd back him up a day, they'd skip him a turn in the rotation. So he was not really in a regular turn in the rotation for about the last 4 or 5 starts he made last year. So if you call it 17 starts before all of that started, and 23 of them now this year, well, you're looking at a little more than 1 full season in the big leagues for Mike Leake. And he's already won 19 games. He got 8 wins last season and already 11 wins this year.
How do you do that? How do you pull a ball over the home plate side of the left field dugout into the upper deck? Talk about getting the head out. I'll tell you what, second time in this at bat that Johnny Cueto's come in there, he finally gets him, and Jason Worth looked at him hard after that first pitch that got away from him. I was wondering if maybe there was some intent. Here's the first pitch of the at bat. This is what wakes up Jason Worth in this at bat. Nice accidental miss right there. And then it comes right back inside and it gets away from him, and fortunately nothing more than the hairy eyeball.
We're at the board to begin this 3rd inning of a 1-1 game. First pitch swinging Rick Ankiel. He had a 2-out single and scored the only Nationals run back in the 1st inning. Cueto just turned 25 years young just before spring training began this year. His career high in victories is 12, which he had last year. He's increased his total every single year since his first year in the major leagues. His ERA has come down every single year. He's just gotten better and better and better. The only category where the numbers are down a little bit, but he's pitching differently, is a strikeout category. He'll be nowhere near where he's been each of his last 3 years in the major leagues. But Chris, that's by design.
Well, when you throw more 2-seam fastballs than you do 4-seamers, and you back off a little bit trying to come right in on those right-handers, you're going to get more ground balls, and you won't throw as many pitches either when you're more of a ground ball pitcher than a strikeout pitcher. The only thing that you wonder about Cueto this year is his batting average on balls in play against is very, very low, way below the major league average. And sometimes a lot of statisticians will tell you, well, that's something that pitchers, are lucky one year and they're unlucky the next. And you just wonder if maybe Johnny Cueto is having a very fortunate year this year, that a lot of balls that had been hit hard have been hit at him. That's a hard thing to track, though. That's the one stat that will vary from year to year, and you're really not always sure why. The major league average is somewhere around 290 to 300. But when your batting average on balls in play is down in the low 200s, you're just wondering if there's going to be an automatic correction just from a statistical standpoint going into the next season. Of course, this year the Reds' best part of their game is their defense. And they play great defense behind Cueto. And that'll help keep that average down, too.
Fourth strikeout of the afternoon for Johnny. Get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with the Emmy Award-winning rendition of Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. No Chris's checklist for the next 4 days. You have the Philadelphia series off.
Well, I'll be tuning in to Reds Live, Tom, right about that same Chris's checklist time, and hope that you can carry the ball.
Well, I think it's called the Cowboy Roundup. Jeff Brantley's going to be here. There's a roller off the mound. Giannis with plenty of time to throw out course, and advancing on to second as World Tour out in the inning.
Boy, you do the best you can to avoid that, don't you?
No. That's what the Cowboys try to do, just to sort of carry the baton, if you will.
All right.
To maintain it when you're away for a few days. Cowboys Roundup.
I like it. Now, if he needs help, he can call on you, right?
Well, Joe Luckham certainly will be here. And I know he's a big help to you getting that together every day. Swung on and fouled out of play, checking to see if he broke his bat as Espinosa. He did. Been about 4 or 5 of those already in the game today for Washington batters.
Of course, Washington leaving here today after the ball game, heading down to Atlanta for a set with the Braves.
They're going to be bummed leaving this weather.
Well, they're going to be also not paying as many baggage fees with all the bats that Cueto's breaking today.
Good point.
So they got that going for them.
But when Louisville Slugger sends out the boxes of bats, does the team pay for those to be mailed, or does Louisville Slugger pay for that?
Now that's a Rick Stowe question. What do you think?
I don't know. In the air down the right field line, and that is a foul ball.
Espinosa was the Nats hitter that drove in the run in the first inning, but he got it on a 2-2 slider. And in this at bat, Johnny Cueto's not fooling around with him and that off speed stuff. He's throwing that heavy sinking two-seamer right in on his hands. Espinosa choking up to try to give himself a little better chance of putting that sweet spot on it.
Two on the way, and a fastball just missed. Struck him out, now to retire the side. He hits Worth to begin the inning, but no further damage. Still a 1-1 game. It's a Toyota sign during our game today. Alice Norris of Cincinnati, who currently drives a 2004 RAV4, will win the beautiful new Tundra on display right here at Great American Ballpark. Alice, good luck. One run, 4 hits for Washington. 1 run, 3 hits for the Reds. Cueto, Phillips, and Lewis against Jordan Zimmerman here in the 3rd. Strike 1. The only thing Cueto has not done well this year is hit. He has 1 base hit in 39 at bats. He's been a good bunter, but not a good hitter. And he looks at 3 in a row, and that's a quick out for Jordan Zimmerman, his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. Brandon Phillips struck out his first time up on a check swing. The home plate umpire Sam Holbrook said he went around. Brandon disagreed. He looks at ball 1 this time. Well, we've talked about Dusty Baker's stated goals for the remainder of this year. About finishing over 500. Team with a win today would be above 500. Talked about the idea of catching the Cardinals, the team directly ahead of them in the National League Central. The Reds gained a game on St. Louis last night, and they're 2.5 behind the Cardinals going into play today. And certainly the Reds want to get a look, one would assume, at a lot of these young players they have on their team to find out what they might or might not be able to do for the remainder of this year, and a look ahead to 2012. There's a pop up to the second baseman Espinosa, and there are 2 away in the inning. Here you get a look at the National League Central Division standings presented by Honda. Milwaukee 26-5 in their last 31 games. I mean, that's just going out and doing it. 26-5. And I tell you what, certainly you don't need to tell the Philadelphia Phillies about this. But if the Milwaukee Brewers somehow, some way can capture the best record in the National League, you are talking about an unbelievable difference. It doesn't guarantee you're going to roll through the playoffs and go to the World Series. I mean, the Phillies have been very good at home. They've been very good on the road. The Brewers have not been good on the road, and they have been beyond description playing at home. The Brewers are 49-16 at Miller Park.
And the Phillies, however, have only won 3 fewer games than Milwaukee at home. So they're pretty close.
No doubt.
They played more games than the Brewers have at home. The Brewers have more home games left. But you're right. You know, based on that, Tom, you're looking at a decisive advantage for anybody if the Brewers can get home field advantage.
Now, it's worth noting there are only 3 games, 3 wins separating the two, but in the loss column, there's an 8-game spread between the 2 teams, FYI. A 1-2-3 third for Zimmerman. We're still tied at 1.
Food Group, proudly serving America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO.
Well, the FX College Football Game of the Week presented by Russell Athletics returns Saturday, September the 3rd, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific in high def. The #1 ranked team in the land, the Oklahoma University Sooners, will host Tulsa, the Golden Hurricanes in Norman. And be sure to go to foxsports.com and check out Charles Davis and his preseason power rankings. College football beginning in full force this upcoming week. And everybody's excited about it. Lance Nix bounced out to Brandon Phillips his first time up. It's a 1-1 ball game. The Reds and the Nationals in the final game of this series. That ball's in the air and playable for Drew Stubbs. 1 out.
Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu. Inspired solutions, better results. JTM. Hey, speaking of JTM, Tom, Tuesday, Michael Pickett and the JTM Chuck Wagon will be here to feed all of our crew, to feed the community service officers here at the stadium. It's a night that we're waiting for. The grill master himself, as he has deemed himself.
But you're not going to be here.
I will not be here. So I want you and Cowboy to equally share my plate of food.
We'll do it. We are fired up about it. It's always very, very much appreciated. JTM, a great sponsor of Reds baseball here on Fox Sports Ohio. Jesse Jackson will have a couple of frozen boxes sent over to his estate. Probably after all is said and done.
You can book that.
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2 on Florida.
Have you ever seen an automobile trunk? When you get it off the lot, it's already been converted into a cooler?
No, I've never seen that.
So you need to take a look at Jesse's trunk.
Where do the dry goods go? Because there are a lot of those too.
Yeah. That's in the U-Haul.
Right. Gone on strikes is Flores, and that's 6 strikeouts in the game for Johnny Cueto. All right, time now for our AT&T trivia question today, Chris.
All right, who was the last Reds pitcher to lead the National League in earned run average at the end of the season? Johnny Cueto on pace this year. Who was the last one to do it?
Got to go back a long, long time ago. Neither one of these pitchers is the correct answer. But the last 2 Reds pitchers to qualify for an ERA title with an ERA lower than Johnny Cueto's current one at 2.03. Dolph Luque going all the way back to 1923 at an earned run average of 1.9. In the more modern era, Gary Nolan had a 1.99 ERA in 1972, but did not win the ERA title. And Cora smacks one into right field, a 2-out hit.
Well,
So
Gary Nolan would have
the first perfect inning for Johnny Cueto.
Nolan would have been my guess.
Oh, really?
So that's not an answer, huh?
Well, you know, the guy that I thought, and he didn't do it either, although he was right there as far as top 5 for about a 4 or 5 year run, is Jose Rijo. Boy, did he have some good years. Man. Don Gullett would be a good guess.
Always seemed to have a low earned run average. Great winning percentage. When he was healthy, you sent him out there. Man, oh man.
The year you're talking about, Gary Nolan, we said he finished the year with a 1.99 ERA in 1972. That was the year Steve Carlton, on one of the worst teams in baseball, won 27 games and had an ERA of 1.97.
Good night.
How about that year? How we looking? A special senior ticket offer presented by Tri-State Centers for Sight. Reds fans 60 and older may purchase non-premium tickets at half price in advance of game day only. Plus, each ticket includes free admission on September the 1st to the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum thanks to Humana. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com today. That's this coming Thursday to wrap up the homestand against Philadelphia. Joey Votto, Jay Bruce, Todd Frazier in this 1-1 game to face Jordan Zimmerman last to the 4th inning on just an absolutely beautiful day in Cincinnati. Temperatures in the high 70s. Well, we have been blessed with unbelievable weather, when of course so many are not so fortunate here the last number of days with Hurricane Irene moving up the eastern seaboard. I guess that now is being labeled a tropical storm, no longer a hurricane level. But Chris Wheeler, one of the announcers, longtime announcers of the Philadelphia Phillies, we told you they got out of Philadelphia yesterday and flew into Cincinnati about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. He's down at the ball game here today. Chris, you asked him about, family back there. Is everybody all right? And he said, well, some trees are down. Some power is out for a lot of folks. But by and large, everybody's doing all right back there. It's great to hear.
And that's good news. I mean, you talk about the ball team taking a flight out early so that they can get here and, before they have problems closing down the airport and so on. But, what you don't remember a lot of times is everybody's family back at home. So that's good news that there was no significant damage and everybody seems to be doing all right.
Come for the Reds, stay for more fun. Visit the new Penguin Palooza exhibit at Newport Aquarium and make it a weekend getaway. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. The Reds only have one more weekend series this year. That'll be September 16th, 17th, and 18th against the Milwaukee Brewers. A first pitch ball to Jay Bruce. He flied out to left field his first time up. Slams that one into his right front foot. Zimmerman beat him with a fastball, and it's fouled out of play. Still 1-2 on Jay Bruce.
Yeah,
you're
seeing pretty much nothing but fastballs from Zimmerman against Bruce, and really in this series, except for the left-handers that Bruce has faced, he's seen a lot of fastballs. Had his batting average up around 275 just a week or so ago when the Reds were hosting the Padres. It's down around 263 now.
Well, we brought up earlier, for those of you that weren't with us, Jordan Zimmerman figures to air it out today. Why not? Today will be his final start of this 2011 year. He's come all the way back from Tommy John surgery 24 months ago. There's a high fly ball in a deep right center field, and the Reds have the lead for the first time today.
Nice in-at-bat adjustment for Jay Bruce. Got beat with a fastball earlier, was sitting on one right there, and he got the bat head out there.
Bruce, a team leader with 28 home runs on the year. That ties Jay with Troy Tulowitzki of Colorado, 5th most home runs in the league. Matt Kemp from the Dodgers, a league leader, co-leader with Albert Pujols of St. Louis, each with 31. Then you have the trio of Mike Stanton, Dan Uggla, and Lance Berkman, each with 30. Prince Fielder with 29.
Well, you know, the way that Jay Bruce hits him in bunches, he could get hot and catch right up there to among the league leaders.
Well, the last time that Bruce went against Philadelphia, they couldn't get him out.
Yeah. Hit one down on the road trip against the Marlins in Florida. Then previous to that, he hit one in 3 consecutive ball games against the San Diego Padres.
Stubbs struck out against Zimmerman his first time up and behind here at 1 ball and 2 strikes. We were talking about Zimmerman, his final start today. Some might say, well, 2 years away from Tommy John. Well, you got to remember, after you have the surgery, you basically miss a year rehabbing. Then you're slowly brought along the following year, especially when you're a young talent like this guy. They got to build up those innings, and they've done the same thing again next year. And I would imagine next year he'll pretty much come in free reign.
Pretty much so. I mean, if he's going to be up over around 165 or so this year, the natural progression would be to take him to around 200, a little bit over next year. But, next year I would imagine the Nationals hope that their ball club is going to be a whole lot better than this year. They spent some money on free agents this year. Alan LaRoche, of course, and Jason Worth. They've got some young guys coming back. Of course, we talked about Steven Strasburg. You wonder if the Nationals may give Bryce Harper a chance next year if they start him off, say, in AAA and he gets hot. Would they bring him up to the major leagues? At that point, now you're looking at a real talented group of young players on this ball club.
Jay Bruce breaks a 1-1 tie with his 28th home run of the year. We move to the 5th, and the Reds have a lead, 2-1. Begins with a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. Check local listings for the games that may air in your area. Coverage begins Sunday the 11th with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL pregame show, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Two-1 ball game and a 4. Reds in front for Johnny Cueto. Johnny has not had a perfect inning in the game so far. And he'll square off with the top of the order, starting with Ian Desmond, Jason Worth, and then Rick Ankiel. Remember now what happened the last time Worth was up there. Took a high, tight fastball on the first pitch, wound up getting hit later in the at-bat. And after Worth got hit, he's glaring out there at Cueto, and Ryan Hannigan, just to make sure, came trotting out to step in between the two should anything develop. Desmond a base hit after striking out twice today. He's not going to get to 2 strikes in the at bat. Desmond 20 out of 29 in stolen base attempts so far this year. Ball 1 to Jason Worth, who has struck out and, as we mentioned, hit by a pitch 2 innings ago. Cueto finally nodding in agreement on the sign from Hannigan, and it runs down and in on Worth, and Johnny's fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes. If you weren't with us earlier, we mentioned the fact that Ryan Hannigan and Johnny Cueto have not been battery mates since July the 19th of 2010. Ramon Hernandez has been behind the plate for every Cueto start this year until today. Of course, Johnny missed the first month of the season, came down with an injury towards about midway through spring training. So he did not pitch at all in April and was activated and threw shutout baseball right from his very first start in Chicago, with Hernandez hanging the signs.
Well, Ramon got a pitch off his shoulder the other night, a foul ball that went right off of essentially the front part of his shoulder. Looked like it got him on the bone. That was his left arm, but still, I've got to think that arm of his is barking a little bit. Missed the pad entirely, and he took a full force of it. There's the play we're talking about right there. A foul ball off the bat of Johnny Gomes, and man, you can see him cringe with pain.
Well, a lot of managers like to play hit and run when you get to 2 balls and a strike. Cueto paying a lot of attention to Ian Desmond over there at first base. It is 2 balls and a strike on Worth.
Well, he's only given up 1 stolen base this year, Johnny Cueto has, and he's had his catchers throw out 3. Catchers, of course, being Ramon Hernandez. I mean, if that doesn't lead the league, it's got to be right there. I mean, how much better can you get? So he's given up 1 stolen base. He's had 3 throw 'em outs, and he's picked off 2. In other words, don't get too happy over there at first base.
3-1 on Jason Worth, and a ground ball off the bag, and that is fair down the left field line. Desmond making a turn. Throw will go into second base, and they're on the corners with nobody out here in the Washington 5th inning.
Good job by Fred Lewis to keep Worth at first base on that one. He got over there lickety split and got that ball back into second. Usually a ball that bounces over the bag is an automatic double.
So now Ankiel with a tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first, and none out. Ankiel has singled, scored, and struck out. And a shallow pop-up, and just out of the reach of Paul Janisch, and it's a tie game. Well, it looked like Janisch had a pretty good shot at getting that thing and may have jumped a little bit too early.
It was almost like a change-up line drive coming out there. Didn't hit it very well at all. First pitch swinging, and Janisch goes out. I'm not sure if anybody's able to get that ball anyhow. Maybe got up there a little bit too soon, but still good effort. Looks easy from up here.
Oh, yeah. So 3 straight hits for the Nationals to begin this 5th inning. They've tied the game. And here's Michael Morse, who has walked and grounded to short. It's already 8 hits in the game today for Washington against Cueto. He rarely ever allows that many in an entire start. Slow roll to Votto. They'll get 1. Can they make it 3-6-1? They do.
Well, he doesn't have all that many ground ball opportunities for double plays, but he's turned 14 of them now on the year. Johnny Cueto, this is the toughest of all. 3-6-1 as he comes over to cover the bag.
2 outs, go ahead run at third base, and here's Espinosa, who knocked in the first Nationals run with a single to center in the first inning, and then Cueto struck him out, ending the third. You almost wonder if something is wrong with Jason Worth down there at third base after that double play was completed and Worth came into third. He was standing bent over with his hands on his knees, and the third base coach came over there and had a lengthy conversation with him. The umpire came in. That's Bo Porter, their third base coach. Joe West came over. And it just had the look of a player standing there in some kind of pain. Two and two on Espinosa.
That one thing that Jason Worth does fundamentally right on every pitch when he leads off third base. He takes his lead in foul territory, but when he goes back to the bag, he's cutting in and going over the fair line, kind of going down this way, making sure that if they do try a pickoff play, there's no open throwing lane for the catcher. It's a small thing, but he does it every time.
Strike three called, that'll end the inning. That's 8 strikeouts in the game. As we were talking about with Worth, once he bent over, hands on knees, he was there for a long time. Nationals tie it up. Well, it's that time of year again. Time to vote for the next Reds Hall of Fame inductee during the month of August. Only a couple of more days left in it. Be a part of the 2012 Reds Hall of Fame fan vote, sponsored by CincinnatiFavorites.com. You can get a ballot at the ballpark, get a Montgomery Inn, participating Skyline, or just log on to RedsMuseum.org to vote now for the next Reds Hall of Fame inductee. Some very, very, very impressive candidates up this year. Latter third in the batting order against Jordan Zimmerman for the Reds. Ryan Hannigan, Paul Janisch, and then Johnny Cueto in his 2-2 game. Strike one. Round baseball going into play today. There is A 6-game spread between the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves atop the National League East, although Atlanta has the best record by a mile in the wild card race. You know about Milwaukee, 10.5 better than the Cardinals, 13 better than the Reds. And out west, Arizona just continues to win. They went on that last road trip. They got knocked around by the Phillies and the Braves. Lost the first of 4 to these Nationals, but then won 3 in a row. And they've gone back home and won the first 2 of their homestand there. And still lead the Giants by 3 games out west. And by the way, speaking of the Giants, congratulations last night to Eric Surkamp. Young man out of Moeller High School, pitched into the 7th inning last night and only allowed a run.
Did not get involved in the decision as that game went 10 innings overall, but really nice job.
It was his major league debut last night.
Big left-hander out of Moeller High School. Even picked up a base on balls to have now an on-base percentage of .500.
Talked about him a little bit last night, going back to 2004. He won the title game pitching for the Moeller Crusaders in the state championship game. And the following year, he was their #1 pitcher in 2005 before he went to North Carolina State University to pitch collegiately and then drafted by the Giants. Would you say the 6th round by the Giants?
I think 5th or 6th, yeah.
Lined into center, it will fall in front of Van Keel, who's able to smother it. So Hannigan aboard his 2nd hit to start the Reds' 5th. All right, time to answer now, Chris, our AT&T trivia question. You asked it.
All right, the last pitcher to lead the National League in earned run average at the end of the season, you go back to 1944. Ed Huser. With a .238 earned run average. Ed pitched for the Philadelphia Athletics, the Reds, I think also St. Louis. You know, the interesting thing about Fred that particular year, that he pitched about 196 innings. And he walked 42 and struck out 42.
Wow.
I'm not sure whether he was a knuckleball pitcher or exactly what he featured, but for a guy to lead the league in earned run average and only have 42 strikeouts in nearly 200 innings, it's kind of an interesting line.
We'll have to ask our buddy Greg Rhodes about that.
All right.
Greg, of course, I mean, there are a lot of people out there that know a lot about the history of the Reds. I don't know if anybody knows any more than Greg Rhodes, who for so many years, of course, ran. He started up when the Castellini family really brought back the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum as far as inductees coming back in and being voted in every other year. And Greg did a marvelous job running the Hall of Fame and Museum. The segments he does over on the radio side during every pregame show are a great listen. That one fouled away by Cueto, trying to advance a runner with a bunt, 1-1. You and I ran into Greg up in Mount Adams a couple of weeks ago. He and his wife and a number of couples had gone up there at Playhouse in the Park to see a show one night. Good guy. Look out. Holy mackerel.
How about Johnny Cueto? That is only the 2nd hit of the year for Cueto. He came in with a batting average at .025. And they put the Butcher Boy play on because Alex Cora from third base has been charging so hard. He says, all right, I'm going to pull it back and hit it right back at you. A little chuck and duck right there for Jordan Zimmerman.
And a great reaction by Cueto with Billy Hatcher over there at first base. Brandon 0 for 2 has struck out and popped up to the second baseman Espinosa. Reds took a 2-1 lead their last time up in the fourth, and Ash tallied in the top of the fifth. And now the Reds trying to recapture the lead here in the bottom of the inning. And now Phillips hit with a pitch. Got him on the wrist, it looked like.
He gets an Academy Award for that. Billy Hatcher's not buying it.
Not for a minute. Grabbed him right by the forearm. Said, let me see where that thing's getting, is swelling up a little bit. Billy's got to have good eyes to see that, though.
Well, you're right about that, but he saw it, and I'm not so sure that the umpires are going to share in the jubilation or the laughter, because that's clearly a missed call, and no one from the Washington Nationals dugout asked for the umpires to get together and talk about it.
Well, Lance Nix said something that cracked up Billy Hatcher over there at first base. Of course, Lance, a member of the Reds the last couple of years. Well, all the conversation is not necessarily Steve McCatty talking to his pitcher. You saw him looking at the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, and having a lot of words for him about that call that was just made. So now a big at bat for Fred Lewis. Chance to break a 2-2 tie here in the bottom of the fifth inning. They're loaded with only one out. Strike one. Lewis hit a rocket that was knocked down by the third baseman Cora. Found it down on the ground and threw him out back in the first inning, and Freddie struck out in the third. Nationals have action in their bullpen. Tom Gorzolani, a left-hander, is cranking it up. There's ball 3 to Fred Lewis. Gorzolani came on and was very impressive in the opening game of the series on Friday night, retiring Votto and Bruce with the go-ahead run at third in the 8th inning. Well, you hear hitters say it all the time, one pitch in one zone. And there's ball 4 to break the tie on a bases loaded walk. First walk of the day given up by Zimmerman in the worst possible time to give it up. And apparently, depending on what they decide to do 5 days from now, that could be the final outing of the year for Jordan Zimmerman. But up earlier, they like to get him right at around 165 innings. With his 5 today, he's at 162. After coming all the way back from Tommy John surgery, he's had a very, very good year. So this will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Gorzelani came in to strike out Votto 2 nights ago. What's in store this time? Issuing a bases loaded walk to Fred Lewis. So the Reds 3, the Nationals 2, and now coming on to face Joey Votto with the bases loaded and 1 out is Tom Gorzelani.
Gorzelani, a left-hander that will come in here. He's got 82 strikeouts, only 28 walks. Bases loaded, nowhere to put Joey Votto. Came in the other night, struck him out with a fastball, cut her away from him. We'll see if Joey Votto can come up with a little better result this time.
Votto is homered and bounced out to first base. And he'll go to first this time. There's one, and no return throw.
Well, no return throw because the pitcher, Gorzelani, kind of got in the way between the catcher and first base. That was a double play ball ready to be made right there. Gorzelani just stays out of the way. Nix fielded the ball, threw home, and then went back to the bag to wait the throw from Jesus Flores. Take another look. And because Gorzelani was right there, that's why Jesus Flores didn't fire the ball down first to get the double play.
Gorzelani trying to do today what he did on Friday night, and that's come in to face Joey Votto and Jay Bruce with a runner at third and less than 2 men out and get out of the inning unscathed. He's halfway there. Very good number for Gorzelani in his career with the bases loaded. We've seen him as a starter going back to his Pirate days, occasionally with the Cubs, and now exclusively out of the bullpen. 2-0. Bruce flied out to the warning track in left field in the first inning. He homered to right center in the fourth. His 28th home run this year. Shea in his career has very good numbers against this left-hander, 4 of 9, and of the 4 hits, 3 of them have been for home runs. 3-0.
Time of the game right here. A timely hit by Jay Bruce breaks this baby wide open. Got to be looking fastball, 3-1, bases loaded, don't you?
Reds get a run, they lead by a run. $25 from Shakely goes to the Reds Community Fund. Shakely, it's done. 3-2 ball game with the Reds in front at the end of 5. Johnny Cueto on the mound and set to go here in the 6th inning. Time now for our Farmers Insurance report card. We might be seeing Chris Heisey very, very soon. He went down to Louisville to begin a rehab, went 0 for 2 with a strikeout last night. And they'd love to have him back, Chris, by the end of the week.
Well, the end of the week, of course, the rosters expand. And you can add as many as you want to this major league roster. I imagine if Chris Heisey is healthy, he'll be back to give Dusty Baker an extra outfielder. And we're liable to see a lot of players coming up from Louisville eventually when their season is over.
Of course, you know what, Chris, there are a lot of people that would make the argument right now the Reds have so many young players that are here that you're trying to get a read on looking ahead to next year. And that, you know, before you start bringing a bunch of guys or all that many guys, as there's a floater into shallow center. It's a base hit by Lance Nix to begin the inning. that if the Reds are going to look at young players, they're not necessarily outside of Juan Francisco and Devin Mesoraco with your AAA ball club right now. A lot of them are already here. Talking about the Alonsos and the Fraziers and the Sapelts. Some of those guys.
You know, you bring them up, but you really wonder how much playing time that they will get between now and the end of the year. I mean, it's obvious that the Reds have not committed that from now on, this is going to be a development month of September, where all we're going to see is young players, because we're still seeing veterans out there on a daily basis. I think the goal of this ball club, and Dusty Baker has pretty much made it very clear, is to number one, get to 500, and number two, catch the Cardinals for second place. And right now he is putting out lineups that he feels give them the best chance to win every day. I mean, remember that the Reds have only had one winning season since 2000, and that was last year. You've got to go back to 1999 and 2000 before you find them to be able to string together 2 500-plus seasons in a row. And that's what Dusty's trying to do with this ball club. Until the front office goes in and says, hey, you know what? Let's find out about what we've got here on this bench. Let's play these young guys, and we don't care what the record is between now and the end of the year. Let's find out what we've got. But in the meantime, he's going to manage like he should, which is to win every ball game.
Two and two on Flores, who has a single and is also struck out. Johnny has fanned 8 batters in a game today. He's also allowed now 9 base hits. The 8 strikeouts is one shy of matching a season high 9 Colorado Rockies. He struck out 3 starts ago. 3 and 2 on Flores. Cueto needs a button-down inning here. I mean, his team has already given him what now a second lead of the game. They made it 2-1 on the home run by Jay Bruce in the 4th inning. Washington tied it in the 5th. In the bottom of the inning, the Reds score again. And on a 3-2 pitch, a runner going. It's a fly ball right at Jay for the first out here in the inning. Got the bottom part of the batting order for Cueto to get through now. 8, and we'll see about what's thereafter. They have action in their bullpen, and Johnny Gomes has come out into the on-deck circle. Well, the number 8 hitter is aboard for the second time as Cueto has hit a batter for the second time. Well, Johnny might not making it easy on himself today.
Well, just trying to come right in there with a cutter. That was the pitch that he had Jesus Flores fly out weakly to right field on, and just stayed behind it too much and hit the batter. It's been a grind the last couple of times out for Johnny Cueto. Last time out against the Marlins, he walked 6 in that ball game, but still battled every inning. And you could see that the heat and humidity down in Miami really wore him out. Much nicer day from a temperature perspective and humidity here, but still he's not having one of those games where the ball's going exactly where he wants it.
Nice round of applause for Johnny Gomes. See his numbers as a pinch hitter this year without a hit in 20 at bats. 2 on, 1 out for Gomes. Fastball high. No activity in the Reds bullpen. Cueto knocking on the door of 100 pitches, and every inning today has been somewhat of a struggle. He has not had a 1-2-3 inning yet. This is the 4th inning out of the 6 we've played so far where the Nationals have put at least 2 runners on. Todd Coffey is throwing in the Nationals bullpen. We saw him come sprinting in from the bullpen to get a big strikeout in game 1 of this series. Two and 1 to go. Well, you almost wonder what Gomes is up there looking for. I mean, you've got a situation here to do some major damage. He's always been a good fastball hitter, and he's looked at 2 of them right down the middle.
Well, he's looking for something to pull. That ball looked like it was on the outer part of the plate, and he's looking for something to yank out of here. Guarantee you that.
Off the outside corner that time, and the count is run full.
You can tell by the way he looked at that last pitch. His feet kind of moving as that ball was going outside. He's looking out there, but he's not prepared to hit that outside pitch.
This might be the biggest pitch that Cueto's thrown in the game today. Because if Gomes reaches base, he's in a world of trouble. And he got him a foul tip swing into the mid of Hannigan. And that ties a season high 9 strikeouts today for Johnny Cueto.
Went right upstairs with a fastball and threw it right by Johnny Gomes.
So now Ian Desmond, he struck out swinging in the first, struck out looking in the second, singled and scored in the 5th. Nick Sancora aboard. 2 are out in the inning. And now the Reds, for the first time today, do have activity in their bullpen. Right-hander Jose Arredondo begins to throw. Two and 0 to Desmond. Nationals already today with a couple of base hits with runners in scoring position, and that has been an awful number for them here during this losing streak. Coming into the game today in their 5 straight losses, only 2 hits and 47 at bats with runners in scoring position. They've matched that number already today.
Davey Johnson shook up the lineup last night, putting guys in all different parts of the lineup. Did the same thing today, just trying to get something going offensively. Nothing happening. In fact, they've relied on their home run ball more than just about any team in baseball. They've got a 5-game losing streak going on right now, the Nationals do, and they've scored 9 runs in that streak. 8 of the 9 runs that they've scored have all come via the home run. So it's either everything or nothing at all. Here, well, we got a second time. We ought to congratulate young man left-hander, 22-year-old Tony Cingrani, who pitched last night for Billings, the Mustangs. He threw 6 innings of no-hit baseball, no-hit, no-walk baseball, struck out 13 in the process. Selected in June, a former closer in college that they've turned into a starting pitcher. Pitched for Rice.
A team managed by Pat Kelly in Billings, Montana. Well, the Reds have had their affiliate there for a long time.
Tell you what, 22 years old and a ball like that, he might be on the fast track. Give him a little short season of A-ball this year, start him out next year, and find out where he could go.
Well, he has struck out now 66 batters. As you mentioned, in the 40 innings on the year.
Right.
And, boy, that's doing it. He's only walked 5 guys. And the league hitting $176 against him, so who knows? Well, we saw the former Reds general manager up here, Wayne Krivsky, before the ball game, and he was telling us about Brad Boxberger's second-round pick a couple of years ago out of USC, who has been moved into the bullpen. And Wayne had a chance to see him pitch a couple of days ago for the first time in person. Said very, very impressive. Well, he's a little bit more time in the minor leagues, but he looks very good.
Yeah, he's not the only guy that likes him, I'll tell you that. There are a lot of scouts that have been through Louisville that have talked about Boxberger.
There is strike 3 called on a breaking ball. And the 10 strikeouts matches is a Reds team high set by Dontrell Willis. Freeze cam, Johnny Cueto.
Little slider coming out of his hand right there. You see the spin on that pitch. You see puts that pressure on his middle finger coming through and driving that ball down in the strike zone.
Our Coors Light Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Todd Coffey now takes over on the mound for the Nationals. Former Cincinnati Red has put together a very good year.
Yeah, parts of 3 seasons with the Reds, actually 2005, 2006, in which he was in 81 ball games. In 2007, up and down a little bit. Then over to the Brewers, where he pitched in 78 games, 69 games last year, and here he is in game number 56 for the Nationals.
Todd Frazier, Drew Stubbs, Ryan Hannigan, the trio to start things in the Reds' 6th. Cincinnati with a 3-2 lead. Aroldis Chapman now started to throw in the Reds bullpen. And with Cueto, for him anyway, at this point in the game, something we saw his first couple of years in the major leagues, but rarely this year have we seen Cueto pile up the pitches in so few the number of innings we saw his last start against the Marlins, and to a lesser extent here today through 6. I wonder will they run him back out there. Pitch count's not terrible today. It's 106.
No, but you figure that it would be up today because he's reached his season high in strikeouts with 10. So anytime you strike out 10 batters, you're going to run your pitch count up there. He normally gets a whole lot more ground balls than he does strikeouts, but that number will get you. Although it's nice to put up on the board.
There's strike 3 called to Frazier.
Well, the last 2 strikeouts called up there by Sam Holbrook have not had the hitters very happy. Ian Desmond really argued his strikeout to end the top of the 6th and to start the bottom of the 6th. I'm not so sure Todd Frazier liked that, but he did not say anything to Sam. Body language says it all.
Bruce Stubbs has struck out swinging and struck out looking. One and one to Stubbs, and a soft liner caught by Desmond. There are 2 outs in the inning. Well, enjoy one of Cincinnati's favorites at Great American Ballpark and around our area, Penn Station East Coast Subs. They have a couple of locations here at the ballpark in the Reds fan zone, then right behind section 413. For tickets to any Reds game, and stop by Penn Station. 513-381-REDS, a number to dial, or visit Reds.com. We had Penn Station last night. We thank them for feeding the booth last night.
Delicious.
Indeed. Ryan Hannigan a perfect 2 for 2 today, a pair of singles, and has scored a run. Scored the go-ahead run in the last inning. Two and one on Ryan Hannigan, and Coffey to the plate. Misses up and in, 3 balls and a strike. Paul Janisch would be next. Each team scored in the first inning. Espinosa, 2-out run, 1-out run scoring single to bring in Ankiel in the first inning. Joey Votto tied the game in the bottom half of the inning with a home run to right, his 25th of the year. Reds took a 2-1 lead in the 4th on a home run by Jay Bruce. But Ann Keel had a base hit, plating Ian Desmond to tie it the very next half inning. Then in the bottom of the fifth, a couple of hits, a hit batter, and a bases loaded walk to Fred Lewis gave the Reds their current 3-2 lead. To Hannigan. Grounded foul. Cleveland trailing in the bottom of the 8th inning 2-1 to Kansas City. Minnesota 3-2 lead over Detroit that game in the 4th. Time beginning to grow very short for the Indians. Such a great story most of this year. But they began play today 6.5 behind the streaking Tigers. Justin Verlander picked up win number 20 against only 5 losses, beating Minnesota yesterday. There's a 2-out walk to Hannigan. Undoubtedly the biggest disappointment among all the teams in that American League Central. I mean, for Minnesota, it's just been a tough year. They've had a lot of guys hurt, key guys hurt. A rare down year for the Twins, but that White Sox team, 7 back, 500 record, big payroll. A lot of big names. Got off to an awful start, got back to 500, and you thought, okay, here they come. And they've just been winning 1, losing 1, winning 2, losing 2 ever since. And of course, perhaps no bigger player, no bigger disappointment in all of Major League Baseball this year than a longtime Red Adam Dunn. Signed that whopping contract during the offseason, leaving the Washington Nationals. And at least in the first year of that deal with the White Sox, it has not gone according to the plan. 0-1 to Paul Janisch. One thing to have a bad year, but then Dunn came out to the Chicago media about 2 weeks ago and talked about needing to be in better shape. And that might have been one of the worst things he could have possibly said at that particular point in time. You're just better off coming out and saying, I stink, or I'm having a bad year. But when you get signed to that kind of a contract, have that kind of year, and then say you're not in good shape, that's not a good combination. Two 2-1 to Paul Janisch. Of course, Adam didn't get a lot of spring training. If I remember right, didn't he have that appendectomy very early on in the year?
I think you're right.
Season had just gotten underway. But then he was out for, what, about 2.5, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks before he came back. Ground ball, and the forced play will end the inning. We march on to the 7th, where the Reds lead the Nationals 3-2.
Sports Baseball is brought to you by AT&T. Cincinnati Children's ranks 3rd in the nation on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll for Best Children's Hospitals 2011. By your Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real.
Three-2 ball game into 6. Reds in front, going for the 3-game series sweep over the Washington Nationals. We wondered whether or not Johnny Cueto would be on the mound when the 7th inning arrived, and the answer is yes. Pitch count at 106. You have the right-handed batting Jason Worth leading off the inning, then the left-handed batting Rick Ankiel, followed by the right-handed batting Michael Morse. Aroldis Chapman up and ready to go in the Reds bullpen should they need him. Told you Cueto with that final out in the 6th inning striking out Desmond matches a Reds pitcher's season high for strikeouts. Dontrell Willis fan 10 Colorado Rockies when they were in town on the last homestand. 11 strikeouts would be a career high for Johnny Cueto. Struck out 11 batters or 10 batters in a game twice his rookie year, including, if I remember right, his major league debut against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That was the 3rd game of the year. They'll take care of Jason Worth rather easily to begin the top of the 7th inning. Worth just now, and he's turning around and having a few more words with a home plate umpire. He ought to just call it a day.
What's he complaining about?
I have no idea.
I didn't really see a controversial call in that at bat. Now, Sam Holbrook did run out there towards first base when Worth ran down the line. Maybe thinking that the bad blood that had brewed earlier in the game when Johnny Cueto knocked him down and then drilled him may have been carryover. Maybe Worth was going to make a move or something to the pitcher, but he's still talking about it.
Pull to the right side, and that'll be Brandon Phillips. 2 away. We mentioned Cueto has struck out 10. He's allowed 9 base hits and only 2 runs. He has not had a 1-2-3 inning in a game, and has a chance at what you figure will be his final inning to mow him down in order here in the 7th. Boy, this young man has come so far in such a short amount of time. I think everybody forgets when the Reds brought him to the major leagues, he had just turned 22. All the hype and all the talk, you know, Homer Bailey got a lot of it. But Cueto was a guy who was putting up the numbers in the minor leagues and winning the Reds minor league pitcher of the year award. Brought him up at 22, made that first start we mentioned earlier against the Diamondbacks where he allowed 1 hit and punched out 10. And you thought, man, you've got the finished product. But of course you didn't. He had his ups and downs in that first year. Second year, same thing, although he was considerably better. Last year, when healthy, was the second best starter they had in the rotation, and there is a pitch that Morse thought hit him. He's on his way to first, and the home plate umpire Holbrook said no, it didn't. And Davy Johnson comes sprinting out of the dugout. Former Reds manager is saying, let me see the ball, or can you ask somebody for a little bit of help? I thought at first he was going to look at the ball, but he's not. I was going to say,
well, I'm not sure what it was going to show. Davy Johnson maybe is one play too late on that. What he should have done, perhaps, is had them review the call when Brandon Phillips was hit by a pitch a couple of innings ago. Davy Johnson said, I could hear it from the dugout. He's going down to Joe West right now. I get the feeling Davy's been waiting to get out there after one of these umpires all series long.
Well, Joe's still walking. I mean, if Davy's going to get him, he's going to have to walk a little ways. And Joe's saying, hey, wait a minute now. You asked us to come together to talk about this thing. We did that. We're standing behind a call, and I've heard enough. Well, Johnson thrown out of the game on his way back into the clubhouse, and a 3-0 pitch, a big swing and a miss by Morris.
Now, who threw him out, Sam or Joe West?
I think Joe West did. All right, it's only a 1-1 ball game, and you've got a guy at the plate now with a 3-1 count who has 22 long ones on the year. 2 outs in the inning, and Cueto delivers. Throws a fastball at 93 miles per hour to get strike 2.
You know, it's one of the amazing things for Johnny Cueto. We've seen it all year long that he does not seem at the very end of the ball game that he's in there, whether it's the 6th inning or the 8th inning or in some cases the 9th, where he doesn't have a little extra left in the tank. He can reach back and still throw it at 93, 94 here after 118 pitches.
3-2 pitch to Michael Morse. Struck him out. 11th, a career high for Johnny Cueto. And he is fired up, and why not? His first perfect inning of the afternoon comes in what might be his final inning of the afternoon, as they will stand and stretch with the Reds leading 3-2. We're going to keep it right here for the singing of God Bless America. We welcome to Great American Ballpark Shintara Carpenter.
Women and all of our veterans of service, and welcome Shintara Carpenter as she leads us in God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the
Two of Kentucky's top prep quarterbacks square off. As Dixie Heights, the Colonels, will take on one of the great high school football powers, not only in Kentucky, but really anywhere across America. The Highland Bluebirds. That'll be Thursday night right here on Fox Sports Ohio. What an unbelievable program they have had forever at Highlands.
Wasn't Chris Collinsworth over there helping them out as a coach?
This year.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah. He had his older son, of course, now is at Notre Dame, and now has a second son playing football over there. Miguel Cairo will come on to bat for Johnny Cueto, who strikes out a career-high 11. The last pitcher to strike out 11 batters in a game. You got to go all the way back to 2008 when Edinson Volquez struck out 13 Pittsburgh Pirates on September the 3rd. Sean Burnett looked very good out of the bullpen the other night, and he allows a base hit to Cairo. Broken bat single into center to begin the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, we featured him earlier in the broadcast, Tom, right at the very beginning, about how important he's been in this series. He's already knocked in the winning run to win the ball game in the first game of the series. That time he gets the ball in the end of the bat and slides it into center field for a base hit.
Sure, we'll see Cairo stay in the game and play third base. We'll see how it works out. And there's a drive into left center field off the bat of Brandon Phillips, and that'll be bouncing up and over the wall. So they'll make Miguel Cairo stop at third base. But the Reds in business with second and third and nobody out.
Brandon Phillips jumping on the first thing he sees, and that's a high fastball up and away. He thought he may have had enough to get it out of here. Would like to see that ball stay in the ballpark. That would definitely have scored Miguel Cairo. Cairo will have to stay at third since that ball went into the stands on a bounce.
And against the left-hander, Dave Chappelle will now come on and bat for Fred Lewis. Reds minor league hitter of the year from a season ago. Was having an unbelievable year early on for Louisville this year before he got hurt. Came back and swung the bat well again, and now with a big league club.
Well, he's a very aggressive hitter, and this is a situation where he can afford to be aggressive.
He won't get the run in. One out.
And I say that because hitting in front of Joey Votto with a couple of runners on, you got to figure that Burnett was going to come right after him.
They're going to intentionally walk Votto. They don't care if it's lefty on lefty. They're going to make Jay Bruce hurt him. Bruce flat out to the warning track in left field in the first inning. Homered to right center field. His 28th of the year back in the fourth, and then left him loaded, striking out, ending the fifth. So he'll get his second at bat in the game today with the bases loaded.
Burnett's a little different pitcher than Tom Gorzelati. Gorzelati more of a fastball pitcher that cuts that fastball and run away from Jay Bruce. That's how he got the strikeout last time. Burnett a little bit more of a slider guy when he faces a left-hander, and he just bounced that one in the dirt.
Well, you may remember when Bruce came up with the bases loaded back in the 5th inning. He got ahead in the count 3-0. He took a 3-0 pitch down the middle for a strike, swung at a 3-1 fastball and missed it before striking out on the 3-2. And now he takes a 2-1 fastball. It's 2-1. Two and two to Bruce, bases loaded, and a breaking ball misses low and away, so it's gone full. See, Bruce this year with the bases loaded, just 3 hits and now 18 at bats.
Probably a conversation right there between Flores, the catcher, and Burnett, the pitcher. Maybe Flores saying, hey, do you feel comfortable about throwing your breaking ball right here 3-2 because we think we can get him out in front? Oh, going with the fastball. Make that the slider.
Pitch number 8 in this at bat coming to Jay Bruce. And a soft liner that's a double play to end the inning. So they had him loaded with nobody out, and they come up empty. And we go to the 8th. Reds still lead 3-2. time now for the Coors Cold Hard Blast. A line drive just clearing the right field wall back in the first inning. Home run number 25 for Joey Votto. So after the Reds miss a chance with the bases loaded and nobody out to add to a 3-2 lead, that is our score as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. And now taking over for Johnny Cueto, the flame-throwing left-hander Aroldis Chapman.
Well, 11 strikeouts for Johnny Cueto in his 7 innings of work. 59 strikeouts for Aroldis Chapman in only 38 innings. Dave Sapelt goes to left.
Well, Sapel had runners at second and third. Nobody out. He bounced out after they intentionally walked Votto. Jay Bruce softly lines into a double play to win the inning. So now the Reds bullpen, you figure the duo of Chapman and Cordero will try and make this 1-run lead stand up. Danny Espinosa, Lance Nix, Jesus Flores due up. Young Chris Marrero made his major league debut at first base here last night, is in the on-deck circle and will bat for the left-handed batting Lance Nix next.
How about the splits on Aroldis Chapman? Left-handers are hitting .079. I mean, at this point in the season, he's faced 38 of them. 3 hits, 21 punch-outs.
Chapman had a rare outing here the other night on Friday in the opening game of the series where he pitched a full inning and did not strike out a batter. He allowed a hit and a walk. No runs.
It'll be really interesting to watch the Reds in the offseason and what they will decide to do with Aroldis Chapman going into next year. Reliever, starter. If you don't sign Cordero back or pick up his option, do you automatically make Aroldis Chapman the closer, or do you say, you know what, we signed him originally to be a starter, that is our long-term intention, and now's the time we're going to make the conversion? I should say the conversion back, because when the Reds signed him, he was on the Cuban national team as a starter.
And it certainly is fair to say that if Chapman is in a starting rotation going into 2012, everybody's got to give this young man a little bit of time to put it all together. I mean, let's face it, Chris, you figure the time that he immigrated and left, defected more accurately, as he has walked the leadoff man here in the top of the 8th inning. I mean, it has really been about a 4-year time frame since Chapman has been a starting pitcher uninterrupted.
And even then, he only pitched once a week.
Right.
I mean, once every 7 days instead of being on a 5-day rotation like you are in the major leagues. But I do think that, I mean, his delivery is better, and it's getting smoothed down, but it still has some wild parts to it. And that lends itself to some control problems. You can smooth those out easier, I think, as a starter, with work in the bullpen between starts, work from one inning to the next. But when you're in there as a closer, there is no room for working on your delivery, because you're in there in the 9th inning trying to close out a game. So maybe for his progression in the long run, it might be better to put him in the starting rotation.
Now Marrero in a one-run game, a leadoff walk to start this Washington 8th inning, and there's a fastball right down the middle, a called strike.
Well, we pointed out the other night with Marrero, he's got plenty of power, but if you watch his front foot, his left foot as he steps, he never really gets himself committed to hit that outside pitch. Pulling off the ball just a little bit. Watch this one. Best pick of the game by Votto.
And there's another one. Boy, he ought to just stick that in his pocket. I mean, you understand what the young man's trying to do here. Espinosa 13 out of 17 in stolen base attempts. Clearly slowing down the running game, or the ability to do so, has been an issue with Chapman since the day they signed him. Oh, 0-2 on Marrero. Chris, is there something that Chapman can do? I mean, you know, you hate to sound stupid, but I continue just to be perplexed, I guess would be the word, on really how much, and it varies individual to individual, how much major league teams really ask of their players. As there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. To work on their shortcomings. But obviously they're not under any sort of structured program as far as somebody standing there watching over their shoulder what they're doing or not doing on an everyday basis in the offseason. But what could Chapman do, or what could the Reds ask him to do to get better at holding runners on and preventing runners from stealing bases against him?
Well, you know, he's got a pretty good move. It's a very deceptive move. He's caught some guys off base even when they're not stealing second. But really, from a left-hander standpoint, all you want to be able to do is to try to shorten up the lead and keep the running game intact and not pick runners off. Because normally you're not going to pick a good base runner off unless he happens to be running on your first move. But I think, Tom, you know, the best thing is probably do what Dontrelle Willis did, is to show up about a month early to spring training and work with Brian Price a little bit on exactly those things. I think more importantly, though, for Aroldis Chapman, it's getting innings under his belt to smooth his delivery down, to get to know it more and more. When he pitches his best baseball, he's in there on a regular basis. When he starts getting wild, he goes 3 and 4 days between outings, and they have a hard time finding his rhythm.
Broken back, and a roller foul by Flores. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Nationals are going to have to call Chuck Schupp for a shipment. The number of bats that Johnny Cueto has splintered today, plus that one by Chapman.
Reds with a 1-run lead here in the 8th. 1 on and 1 out, and that's a swing and a foul ball back out of play. Ryan Zimmerman has moved into the on-deck circle and will bat for Alex Cora next. Of course, Aroldis would like to leave him in that on-deck circle and get a rare ground ball double play for Aroldis Chapman and get out of this 8th inning. Instead, that'll be a wild pitch, and now the Nationals have a tying run in scoring position. 2-2 the count on Flores, and here it comes. Struck him out. 2 away in the inning. 100-mile-per-hour fastball from Aroldis Chapman. But 1 more out to go here in the 8th. Ryan Zimmerman steps in there with a tying run at second base. 2 outs here in the 8th inning. And a check swing is low and in, ball 1. Zimmerman, a .295 batter in 73 games. And lines one into center field. They're going to wave around the runner. Here comes a throw to the plate. It's offline and we're tied up. So a leadoff walk and a wild pitch is done in Chapman. And Zimmerman burns him with a base hit. And we're tied at 3.
Well, Ryan Zimmerman gets a day off today to try to recharge his battery. Has not looked good in this series. He just simply looked tired out there, but he puts a good swing on that one under a clutch situation and gets a run in with a base hit. So there'll be no W for Johnny Cueto today in his quest for number 10. Leadoff walks.
For Johnny Cueto, he is now the victim of a 4th blown save, and that leads the staff. He came in time with Bronson Arroyo and Dontrell Willis for the staff lead. And now number 4. So Johnny should be picking up win number 13 here today. Of course, Aroldis Chapman will be charged with a blown save, but really you could give the Reds offense part of that blown save as well. They have had numerous chances today over the last 3 or 4 innings especially to really kick in the door, and have been unable to do it, including their last at bat when they had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, bases loaded, 1 out, and did not score in the inning. Here's Brian Bixby. We go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 3. see very many of them. A 3-6-1 double play off the bat of Michael Morse back in the 5th inning. That was a big play in this game for Johnny Cueto. Reds had taken the lead. Cueto had given it up on 3 straight hits in the 5th inning. Then he got that double play and a strikeout to avoid any more damage. In the bottom of the 5th, the Reds scored a run, but they left him loaded. Left him loaded again in the 7th. Guerrero stays in. Bixler stays in. And now on the mound, an all-star, Tyler Clippard.
You're not kidding about that. Not only an all-star, but he won the game for the National League. At least was awarded the win with a 1/3 of an inning pitched in that ball game. 58th time Clippard, hard thrower, comes out there. Born in Lexington, Kentucky, was Tyler Clippard, raised in Florida.
Todd Frazier to be followed by Drew Stubbs and then Ryan Hannigan. Two balls and a strike on Todd. 1 of 3 in the game. Singled back in the 2nd inning and struck out twice since. High fly ball into right center field, but it'll stay in the yard. A step shy of the wall. It's Ankiel to haul it in. 1 out. Well, it's coming Thursday. Take a break from the office and enjoy lunch with the Reds during our next Paycor Business Day game. We have a special $25 price for seats in the all-you-can-eat section thanks to Paycor. For tickets, call 513-765-7600. Philadelphia Phillies in town beginning tomorrow night. Night games Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. A day game on Thursday. And then the Reds will have just one more homestand in this 2011 season. A lengthy one at that. 3 Central Division rivals will come rolling in. The Cubs for 4, Milwaukee for 3, Houston for 3, beginning on September the 12th. Two on Drew Stubbs. He struck out swinging in the 2nd, looking in the 4th, and then lined out softly to short in the 6th.
Well, Clippard gets a lot of strikeouts. He's ahead 0-2 right here. What he's got is a herky-jerky overhand motion. And he gets a lot of hitters to chase a high-riding fastball up around the letters.
Jam shot, pop up, shallow left. This is going to fall. And Stubbs running hard all the way as it bounces past the left fielder. Morse turns it into a hustling double.
Michael Morse will be the left fielder like he was earlier in the year, probably for the rest of the season. They have Adam LaRoche playing at first base, and not the greatest defender out there. He can hit a little bit, but I'll tell you what, he plays that right into a double with Drew Stubbs taking advantage of the ball bouncing by the left fielder. Man, at this point in the ball game, you're in a tie game. If you can't get to it, you've got to make sure that that ball stays in front of you. But a heads up, Drew Stubbs gets him in the scoring position.
It has scored a single and then an error.
Tell you what, here in a situation for Drew Stubbs, if Clipper doesn't keep a good look on him, he ought to think about taking third base and make it real easy now for Ryan Hannigan to drive him in with a fly ball. Espinosa, the second baseman, knows that, and he's kind of jockeying Drew Stubbs back and forth.
We saw Stubbs steal third base in the game here last night. That was in the second inning against the left-hander Detweiler. Drew has 33 stolen bases on the year in 40 attempts. There he goes.
Had a big jump. And now Espinosa, the second baseman, is going to come in and talk to Tyler Clippard, maybe about trying to keep a little better eye on Drew Stubbs. Could be, hey, watch me for the pickoff sign. Or I'm just going to plant myself a lot closer over here and make Stubbs doesn't get too big of a lead. They've already picked off one red on the afternoon.
Now they got Todd Frazier back in the second inning, picking him off second base. 2-1 on Ryan Hannigan. Reds have Nick Massett. Should we stay tied, they have Francisco Cordero. Should they take the lead, getting loose in the bullpen. Two players in the National League with more stolen bases, and Drew Stubbs. Michael Bourne, the league leader, with 47, and Jose Reyes of the Mets has one more than Stubbs. 2-1 pitch. Hannigan thought that was ball 3.
Boy, a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Our Fox Tracks look. Well, that'll get him barking in the Reds dugout, because one thing you can see from that dugout is north and south.
Still 2-2 on Ryan Hannigan. Reds have the go-ahead run. They have been unable today to hold a couple of leads. Had a 2-1 lead. They had a 3-2 lead. Now we're tied at 3 here in the 8th inning. But again, the offense certainly has a part in all of that. Dusty Baker has been very frustrated today with some of the situational hitting by the Reds. They've been a very good team most of this year with a runner at third and less than 2 men out. But not today. Two outs.
Well, I talked about that high fastball that Clipper likes to throw, and he just rides it right upstairs. With an overhand pitcher like that, that ball really doesn't sink very much. You see a lot of hitters chase that pitch high and swing underneath it.
off the Reds bench, it's going to be Edgar Renteria. So the Reds only have 2 players left on that bench. One of them is standing in the on-deck circle, Yonder Alonso. And the other is their backup catcher, Ramon Hernandez. 3 runs, 10 hits for the Nationals. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Reds. Ball 1 on Renteria.
Well, you may ask yourself, why not Yonder Alonso right here instead of Renteria? Well, Renteria's got to come in. If you're going to pinch hit for Giannis, Renteria's got to come in the ball game anyway. So instead of burning 2 players for 1 defensive replacement, if the game goes long, you've got 1 extra guy on the bench when you put Renteria up here right now.
Miguel Cairo came up as a pinch hitter to lead off the 7th inning, and we just assumed that he would stay in the game as part of the double switch. He did not. Renteria looking for a fastball on 2-0, and he didn't get it. Reds trying to break a 3-3 tie with Renteria at the plate and 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Runner at second base is Drew Stubbs. And that'll end the inning. So we're off to the 9th, tied at 3. Time to take a look at our Nissan drive of the game. It came in the 8th inning with 2 men out. Reds leading by a run. A drive into center field by Ryan Zimmerman scored. Danny Espinosa led off the inning with a walk. That tied the game at 3, and that's where we stand as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Renteria remaining in the game to play shortstop for Paul Giannis. And now on the mound is right-hander Nick Masson.
64 games for Nick Massett, 82 last year. His earned run average just a little bit over 4. Dusty Baker hoping not to use Massett today, figuring that perhaps Chapman comes in and throws a perfect 8, and then Cordero comes in to close it out in the 9th. That is not the way it's turned out, so Massett will come in and try to pick up the Reds right here and throw 0 on the board.
Massett, much like last year, had a terrible first 3 weeks of the season. And then, like last year, he got on a roll where he has been one of the very best in the entire league. That is up until recently. About the last 2.5, 3 weeks. Massett has been highly ineffective. Top of the order, Ian Desmond, Jason Worth, and then Rick Ankiel against Massett. In his 3-3 game, Reds trying to pull off the 3-game sweep. And here's a base hit to begin the Washington 9th inning.
Boy, if Ian Desmond were to take this approach a little more often, his batting average would be up higher than 230 something. Taking that the other way, nice smooth swing, second hit of the day, sandwiched around 3 strikeouts.
Brought up earlier, Desmond has 20 stolen bases on the year. He's been thrown out 9 times. And here's Worth, 1 out of 3, has also been hit by a pitch. We were wondering earlier what Worth might have been complaining about before he walked back to the dugout. Somebody had pointed out to me in between innings, said one of 2 things may have happened in that at bat. There was a ground out to the pitcher Cueto. And first and foremost, it thought that when that ball initially left the bat, it was a foul ball. There goes a runner, got a huge jump, and there's no chance to throw him out. So that's stolen on Massett. Now all of a sudden, the Nationals have a go-ahead run in scoring position.
Big lead. And a high deliberate leg kick by Nick Massett gives Ian Desmond a chance to really scamper in a second, no problem.
Well, you know, when you juggle the lineup, you maybe ask guys to do something that when the year began, you figure you'd never ask them to do. And the Reds are not buying for a second that they might be asking Jason Worth to put down a sacrifice bunt. He does not have one this entire year.
In fact, he has not had a sacrifice bunt since 2007.
Of course, you're talking about the Jason Worth going back to 07. It's had years of 24 homers, 36 homers, 27 homers. Not the guy hitting 230 with 40 RBIs in less than a month to go in a season. But he's swinging away, and he's behind 1 and 2.
Well, there's nothing wrong with swinging away, but he's got to be able to adjust to the situation. And right here, his swing ought to be inside out, get it to the right side to move the runner over. You keep throwing that ball on the outer part of the plate to Jason Worth in this situation, make it a lot easier on the right-handed hitter to hit that ball to the right side.
Still 2-2 on Worth, who struck out his first time up, got hit by a Cueto pitch in the third inning. Singled into left, helped leading to a run in the fifth inning, and then had that comebacker to Cueto his last time up. Breaking ball away, and again Worth doesn't chase it. Cueto, if you weren't with us, today the victim of a fourth blown save. That is a team high. Cueto very easily should have a 13th win in the book. I mean, it's not like he's been vulturing any wins this year. There's been none of that going on. Swinging a foul ball off the mask of Hannigan and then out of play. I mean, seemingly every outing, Cueto is pitching deep into the game. When you have the best ERA in the league, it's no wonder he's allowed 3 runs or less in now 19 of his 21 starts. He's allowed 2 runs or less in 12 of the 21 starts. Sort of foul and out of play. It's been an 8-pitch at bat so far from Mr. Worth. And number 9 coming up. And bear in mind, he was behind on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. I beg your pardon, this is pitch number 10 coming up in this at bat, and there's a base hit into center field, and this will bring in the go-ahead run. They're going to throw it to the plate, but they're never going to get it. And Massett comes in, gives up a single, a stolen base, and another hit. And the Nationals have scored in the 8th. They've scored here in the 9th, and they now lead. That's a real good at bat right there by Worth.
It really is. Well, they had him ahead in the count, and they kind of messed around with him with breaking balls and tried to make him chase outside the zone. Never did, and finally worked the count till he got a pitch he could handle. Second hit of the day for Jason Worth. 3rd time he's been on base, and that's a big hit as it pushes across the go-ahead run. The bullpen phone is rung for Porky Lopez down in the Reds pen. They've got Logan Ondrusek up and working.
Boy, for Nick Massett, we talked out about it before the inning began. I mean, his struggles here in the latter part of this season just continue to grow. I mean, we've seen Massett as good as any reliever. Setup guy, closer. I mean, his stuff is as good as anybody around. But Chris, all of a sudden over the last 3-4 weeks, he's having a hard time coming into games without giving up runs.
Well, for me, Tom, I think with Nick Massett, and his history will bear this out statistically, he just doesn't throw enough first pitch strikes. And with his stuff, I mean, he's throwing the ball 97 miles an hour. You ought to be attacking those hitters in all different parts of the strike zone. Now, Bo Porter's going to come in and ask Sam Holbrook what's going on there. Bo wants to make sure that the Nationals are batting in order. I believe he's looking at the lineup sheet that he pulled from Pat Corrales. Looks like the lineup. Give that a restaurant guide.
Well, they're on their way to Atlanta. So you got to be dialed in before you hit Buckhead later tonight.
Maybe Cowboy can give him a couple of chicken wing joints.
Oh, he's got him. You know that. Still nobody out here in the top of the 9th inning. Reds have watched a 3-2 lead for Johnny Cueto, and that's a balk. Boy, this is ugly. God dang.
You know, Masson has had some unusual balks this year. He balked, I think, in his last outing where he started his delivery and then stopped. And here, when you start your delivery and drop the ball, it's about the easiest balk that you can call.
So now 0-1 on Rick Ankiel. Ankiel trying to hook one to the right side and advance the runner Worth onto third base.
That is the 4th balk of the season for Nick.
One and two the count on Rick Ankiel. Worth out at second base, and a breaking ball, a strike 3 called, and Ankiel knew it. 1 out.
Pulled the string, dropped the curveball on him, and Ankiel couldn't pull the trigger.
Now Michael Morse a batter, and that one is hit hard right at Renteria, and they are going to get the out on the runner breaking for third, Jason Worth.
Jeez.
I got to tell you, it's not only been on the Red side, it's been on both sides.
I could do a tech talk where about a dozen of them saying what not to do. When you're a base runner on second base, you make sure the ball is hit to your left, not your right. That one is hit right to the shortstop, and Jason Worth is easy prey at third base. What is he thinking about?
By the way, we were wondering about Bo Porter coming out of the dugout. We understand the bench coach, Pat Corrales, for Davy Johnson, was thrown out of the game by the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, for arguing a call earlier in the inning. So Porter, the third base coach, was given the lineup card, and he is the acting manager. Davy Johnson, if you weren't with us earlier, thrown out of the ball game by Joe West. Two on Espinosa. Espinosa 1 out of 3 on an RBI single in the first inning. That was another play where you wonder about the base running. You and I talked about it at the time in the very first inning of the game.
Yep.
Nationals had runners at first and second and 2 men out. Espinosa singled to knock in Ankiel, but Morse tried to go first to third and was thrown out by 10 feet by Drew Stubbs.
And
a guy like Cueto on the mound, you're thinking, man, how are you running into the final out of the inning at third base?
Exactly. You know, when you've got the guy who's leading the league in earned run average on the mound, and you make your third out of third in the first inning, you figure you may not get another chance if he starts getting his stuff together.
Nationals have their closer, young man who grew up outside of Indianapolis, Indiana, Drew Storen, getting loose in the bullpen. And the 0-2 now on Espinoza is swung on and missed, and that'll end the inning. Nationals get a run. Reds bat in the bottom of the ninth, trailing 4-3. Ohio for Reds Live. It's brought to you by King's Honda and the King's Auto Mall. Visit King'sHondaUSA.com. Well, young man we mentioned just a moment ago, looking for his 35th save of the year. Indiana native Drew Storen on to try and close it out.
Boy, he is having some kind of a great year. Followed up a nice year last year where he only had 7 save opportunities. Obviously not the everyday closer, but he nailed that down this year. 34 for 38 in save opportunities. A very meager batting average against, right around 200. A good fastball and a nasty overhand slider.
Grew up in Brownsburg, Indiana, went to Brownsburg, Indiana High School, pitched collegiately at Stanford University before being, as Chris mentioned, the #1 pick, 10th overall just in 09. Well, it's hard to believe, isn't it? 2009, this young man was a #1 pick.
Really amazing. Out of Stanford.
Yep. He had 5 saves at the end of last year. Of course, his father, a good friend for many years, Mark Patrick. Great radio talk show, nationally syndicated sports radio talk show in Indianapolis.
That we were on, I'm sure, Tom, you were. I was on with Mark once a week, it seems like, throughout the last few years, until he and the radio station that he was working with, I think WNDE, if I'm not mistaken, couldn't get together on a contract, and miss him.
No doubt. Boy, does he do a great job.
I hope he didn't come to the ball game this series and not come up here to visit us.
That wouldn't be his style, but you never know. He might just want to be hanging out with his son for a few days, and all's quiet. Nothing quiet about Yonder Alonso. He has tied the game with a home run leading off tonight. Saying, everybody's saying, why aren't we seeing more of this guy somewhere in the lineup? When you think that 31 days ago, Yonder Alonso was brought up to the Major League club. 31 days ago. He has less than an at-bat per game. He has started 5 times in the 31 games since he's been brought up from AAA Louisville.
Well, a lot of people are talking about it. The one guy that is not talking about it is yonder. He's letting the bat do the talking right there.
All right, a 4-4 game after the pinch hit home run from Yonder Alonso, and now Brandon Phillips, so 1-1 count. Trying to tie Colorado, Milwaukee for the most come from behind wins this year. Three and one on Brandon. Down the right field line and out of play. Strike three call. One out here in the ninth.
Careful, Brandon. Sam is in the thumbing kind of mood. Did he get it right or not?
Now Dave Chappelle bats. 0 for 1 since he came on in the 7th. And there's a fly ball into right center field, hit pretty well, and that baby is up against the wall. This will be 3 bases maybe. Chappelle rounding third. Here he comes. The throw, and he is out at third base.
What a throw by Rick Ankiel. Wow. He came over there to right center field to back up the play. The attempted catch by Jason Worth. Picked it up on a hop and threw a seed on the money. Watch this. Former Major League pitcher threw that one right on the dot. Man, oh man.
Well, you can't do it any better than that.
I'll tell you what, you cannot blame Dave Chappelle one bit. He may be the only center fielder in this league anyway that can make that play. That's a Josh Hamilton kind of throw. My goodness.
I think Dusty Baker might be saying to young Dave Chappelle, hey, we're asking him the question, were you going hard right from the start? Not to take away anything from that throw by Ankiel, because there might not be 5 guys alive. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. Because we know what kind of arm Ankiel has.
He was a mid-90s fastball pitcher.
Well, clearly Chappelle started slow, Went slow around first, turned it on, and that's the difference between safe and out.
Well, he didn't know whether that ball was being caught or not. It looked like he was just going to hold up if it was being caught at the wall. You know what they say, run like crazy and let the umpire sort it out at the very end.
And Keel has 7 outfield assists on the year. That's in the top 15 in the league. And, of course, he doesn't even play every day. So now Joey Votto, 3-0 count. Throwing a 3-1 breaking ball, and that was a beauty from Storen. And that'll end the inning. But Yonder Alonso has sent us to extra innings with a home run off the bench to tie the game at 4 apiece. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Follow the Reds, MLB.com at Bat 11. Text 31826 or visit Reds.com for more details. 4 runs, 12 hits for the Nationals, 1 error. 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Reds. Yonder Alonso has tied the game with a home run in the bottom half of the 9th inning. And now making his first appearance since coming off the disabled list is right-hander Logan Andrusik.
Well, he went on the disabled list with a little bit of a tender forearm elbow. Also a little bit of overall fatigue, and he's having a pretty good year, though. Earned run average in the mid-2s. Fastball, breaking ball, splitter. Big, tall guy uses that downward plane and keeps it down around the knees when he's on.
Chris Marrero to lead off the Nationals' 9th inning, and it's fouled out of play. Just an absolutely beautiful day here in Cincinnati. Temperatures in the high 70s, maybe reaching 80 degrees. And we've been here a while today. This game closing in on 4 hours young. There's a base hit into left field by Marrero to begin the Nationals' top of the 10th.
Looked like another splitter right there for Logan Ondrusek. The ball just kind of rolled up there about letter high, and the ball very hittable. And Herrera picks up his first hit.
So now Flores, the only player left for each team on their respective benches would be the backup catchers. Wilson Ramos for the Nationals and Ramon Hernandez for the Reds.
I'm not sure how well Chris Herrera runs, but the way that Joey Votto and Todd Frazier are charging, they're thinking about maybe playing aggressive defense, get that lead runner. Man, they're giving you an out. Need to throw a strike.
And he does. 2-1 on Flores.
It's been a while since you've seen the manager coaching third.
Been a long, long time. I'm sure there have been a number of other guys that have done it, but the last major league manager I actually saw do it, you saw him do it, Tommy Lasorda. Would go down there from time to time. Three and one now on Flores. On a 3-1 count, do they still ask him to bunt, or do they now let him swing away?
Well, they're going to play it like a defensive bunt. You still got to charge your corner guys, and you need a strike.
Here's ball 4. So they had Ramos in the on-deck circle. And now we wait to find out who's going to bat. You have the pitcher spot due up, and the question is Storen capable of going up there and laying down a bunt? And if not, will they give it to a starting pitcher to come up there and bunt?
That's probably the answer right there. Why burn a pinch hitter, especially when he's your last catcher in Wilson Ramos, when you're going to send somebody up there to bunt anyway? And Livan Hernandez, who else? He handles the bat as well as any pitcher in the league. Maybe any pitcher in our generation. Well, the play that the Reds are going to put on, they're discussing that out of the pitcher's mound right now. You got to figure the bunt's coming on. There's a number of options the Reds have. Number one, since it's a forced play at third, they're going to be very aggressive to try to get that lead runner. They can play it regular, which means the third baseman holds his spot. The pitcher charges the third base bag, and you try to get that guy to third. They could do a swing play, which means the shortstop will try to beat the runner to third base, but that's probably not likely with Renteria out there.
Well, you saw the numbers on Livan. 14 sacrifice bunts. He's a big guy, but don't be fooled. He is an outstanding athlete.
And the real key to being a good bunter is bunting at strikes. It's the same thing as being a good hitter. You shrink the strike zone. A lot of pitchers go up there, they get nervous about trying to lay a bunt down, and they start reaching it for things that are outside the zone.
We were talking about Nick Massett earlier about the way he had gotten on such a great run, and here recently has struggled, including again today. The same could be said of Ondrusek. His first 49 appearances of the year, he had an ERA of 1.5. But you go back to the 3rd week of July. The 7 appearances he had before he went to the disabled list. And that ERA went over 14.
Well, Tom, to me, he looked like he really got fatigued. And I think that was one reason why his arm started to bark a little bit. They put him on the disabled list to give him some rest. But obviously his first time back from on the DL. Can't find the strike zone. LeBron's going to want to bunt this down the third base line.
Of course, we know about Dontrell Willis going back to his Marlin days. That was the 2nd time they won the World Series in 2003. You go back to Levon, his Marlin days as a rookie. And that's back to when they won it the first time in '97. Swung and fouled back out of play.
I hope there's somebody sitting next to him.
He probably doesn't mind either way. And that is bunted just perfect. So Hernandez does his job. And now the Nationals have runners at 2nd and 3rd with only 1 out in the inning. But now the Reds will bring the infield in. All 4 positions: Frazier, Renteria, Phillips, and Votto. And Brian Bixler, the batter. His only time up as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. He grounded out, hit it hard right at Brandon Phillips. Boy, Votto and Phillips playing right next to one another over on the right side of the infield.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe the Reds are going to maybe think that there would be a suicide squeeze right here. That pitch out. Trying to figure out the intentions of Bo Porter and the Nationals. Now they're just going to go ahead and walk him and walk the bases loaded to create a force play. Which makes it really tough on Logan Ondrusek because he's had a hard time throwing the ball where he wants to. Dusty Baker has a couple of pitchers up and ready. Bray's been up. Arredondo's been up. 2nd time for Arredondo today. They got to both be ready, but he'll stick with Ondrusek.
So now Desmond, who has 2 hits and 5 at bats, but the 2 hits have come in his last 3 trips to the plate. Singled and scored in the 5th. Singled, stole the base, scored in the 9th. Ondrusek throwing strikes ahead 0-2. Four game. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. 1 out, 0-2 on Ian Desmond. And Ondrusek the pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. Marrero the runner at 3rd. Flores on at 2nd. And after the intentional walk It's Brian Bixler on at first. The 3 outs that Desmond has made today, strikeouts. Did he go? No.
Well, remember, it's not whether the batter crosses the plane or breaks his wrist or anything else. It is if, in the opinion of the umpire, he makes an attempt to swing at the pitch.
Two and two. Big pitch right here by Andrusic. Nationals trying to break a 4-4 tie, and Desmond wants timeout. Double plays going to end the inning.
You better believe it. You load the bases, go to a clutch count, get a line drive right at the shortstop, and he backdoors for a second. Steps on the bag at second, and Logan Andrusic gets out of a very hairy situation right there.
Henry Rodriguez now takes over on the mound. Both teams had a chance to nail this one down. Aroldis Chapman gave up a 1-run lead in the 8th inning. Nationals took the lead in the top of the 9th, and Yonder Alonso clubbed a pinch hit home run to tie it up. So we're tied at 4 here in the last of the 10th inning, and we've seen Rodriguez now in each of, or I beg your pardon, we just saw him last night.
Yeah, he pitched a quick inning last night, and he gets it up there pretty quick. He's actually the Nationals' right-handed version of Aroldis Chapman. Routinely throws at 97 to 100 miles an hour.
He had a 1-2-3 inning, as you mentioned here last night.
This is the time of day that you get little shadows coming across the field right here, and not really easy to see the ball, especially when somebody's dialing it up there as quick as Rodriguez can.
Jay Bruce would certainly like to make amends for his last 2 at-bats. He did club a home run back in the 4th inning with 1 out and nobody on. The last 2 times up for Bruce, he has come to the plate with the bases loaded. Struck out ending the 5th, and with the bases full in the 7th inning and only 1 out. He got jammed and hit a soft liner to second that turned into an inning-ending double play. And this time a lazy fly ball to center, and this will be out number 1.
You know, you may not want to be in a hurry to go up there and end your at bat against Henry Rodriguez. He's known for his wildness, and he's nearly as likely to walk you as he is to strike you out.
Todd Frazier has played the entire game today. 1 hit in 4 at bats. Had a single back to the 2nd inning. Boy, nobody loving this any more today than the Philadelphia Phillies. They might get their due down the road, but the bottom line is because of the weather that passed through Philly. They flew in here yesterday. They did not play yesterday. They have obviously not played today. And a team they'll be teeing it up with for the next 4 days, playing extra innings. Tubbs waiting in the on-deck circle. 3-2 the count on Frazier. 1 out, nobody on here in the last of the 10th inning in a 4-4 game. And Frazier waiting. Struck him out.
Well, he hasn't thrown a breaking ball for a strike yet, but that doesn't mean he can't dot it with a fastball. That a little bit of a cutter, it looks like. Just runs right away from Frazier. Boy, if they could get this young man throwing strikes consistently, you'd really have something at the back end of their bullpen. Rodriguez, Clippard, and Drew Storen. It's a pretty good start.
Tubbs is 1 of 4 at a bloop single in the shallow left center field his last time up. There's a check swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Many of the 28,415 in attendance have made their way home to enjoy the rest of this afternoon. They'll be getting a few other things done leading up to the work week, and for many the school week tomorrow. Two on Stubbs. Drew draws a 2-out walk. And that'll give Ryan Hannigan a chance. So now Hannigan. We'll see if Stubbs can get to second base. Or do you think about going ahead and taking off for second? I mean, why not?
Exactly. What do you really have to lose right here? If you don't do that, it's going to take a couple of hits to score.
Of course, Stubbs, you know, going all the way back to the 8th inning. He was at second and very early in the count with 1 out. He took off for third, would have stolen third easily on a 1-0 pitch to Hannigan, who fouled off the pitch. And he did not try and run for third again. 33 out of 40 on the year in stolen base attempts is Drew Stubbs. Oh, and 1 on Ryan Hannigan. And it's 0-2. The Nationals in 1-run games this year, 21 and 25. In extra inning games, they're 10 and 6. The Reds, as you know, have 28 losses in 1-run games. They lead the major leagues in that category in 1-run losses. 23 wins and 7 and 5 in extra innings. Hannigan has 6 home runs. He has 29 runs batted in. One and 2, and again a turn and a throw over to first base. Well, based on those last 2 throws over to first, and we don't know if that's the best Rodriguez has to offer, but if it is, Stubbs could increase his lead by 3 steps.
He could.
But he hasn't. And here's a 1-2 on Hannigan. Pitch out, not going anywhere. Well, Stubbs is going to take second base on the pitch in the dirt. So now you're perhaps a hit away from going home a winner here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, the Reds stole one from the Nationals in the first game of this series on that base hit that Miguel Cairo came up with. Maybe Ryan Hannigan's turn to be a hero.
Hannigan, generally a good contact hitter, puts a ball in play. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and he takes ball 4. So it's now up to Edgar Renteria. Two-out walks to Stubbs and Hannigan, giving the Reds a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 10th inning against Rodriguez. And again, the Nationals pitching coach Steve McKetty will come out for a visit. It's worth noting that Dontrell Willis with a pitcher spot due up next is standing in the on-deck circle, not Ramon Hernandez, who is a lone position player left on the bench. We showed you earlier that foul ball that Hernandez took off his left shoulder here in the opening night of the series. Speculating that thing still has to be hurting him. It's almost impossible to believe it wouldn't be.
Well, we speculate that, Tom, because as you said earlier, it's been more than a year since Ryan Hannigan was matched up with the starter Johnny Cueto. It's been really Ramon Hernandez and Cueto nearly every start he's ever made here since Hernandez has come around.
Hernandez down there cheering on his teammates. Jay Bruce has his arm thrown around Hernandez, hoping they can celebrate a win here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Here's Edgar Renteria. And it's ball one. Well, clearly it is going to be Willis and not Ramon Hernandez to bat next, should we get to that point. Cantrell had 7 innings of 3-run baseball in the first night of this series. Oh, and by the way, threw in 3 hits at the plate. So we'll see if it comes to that.
Come on, baby.
Washington outfield playing so shallow at all 3 positions. Renteria only has 1 home run in the year, and they're figuring there's no way that he's going to hit it over their head. In the dirt, 2 balls and a strike on Edgar Renteria.
Really, the only way you're going to see Dontrelle Willis up here is that if Renteria draws a walk.
Well, the 4 home runs, I beg your pardon, this year by Renteria.
With Stubbs at second, anything safely hit is going to probably score him the winning run.
So Stubbs steals third. So now, for a pitcher who's thrown a number of pitches in the dirt here over the last 2 batters in Rodriguez.
Well, Brian Bixler did the right thing down there at third base. He saw Stubbs stealing third, but he stayed at his position. He did not want to make sure that if Renteria hits an easy ground ball to a place he just vacated, that means a winning run. That's why there was no throw.
We're on our way to the 11th inning. Red Strand 2. A 4-4 game on this Sunday afternoon.
Jerky all season long. Jack Lick's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Alrighty, here we go in the top half of the 11th inning. 4 runs, 13 hits, an error, and 13 men left on base for the Nationals. 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 10 left for the Reds. And now replacing Logan Andrusic, who worked a scoreless inning in the 10th. Is right-hander Jose Arredondo.
Well, he was up early in the ball game. Arredondo was. I want to say somewhere down back around the 6th or 7th inning. Thinking that maybe Dusty Baker would have to go to him. As it turned out, Johnny Cueto ended up going 7 complete innings. His last inning the best, a 1-2-3 7th. Ended with a strikeout, 11 on the day for Cueto, and he was all set to nail down win number 10. But a blown save by the bullpen, and we are in extra innings, and set to lead it off is Jason Worth.
And if you weren't with us earlier, we mentioned the fact that today was the 4th blown save for Johnny Cueto in his starts this year, and that is a team high. Came into the game tied with Bronson Arroyo and Dontrell Willis for the most blown saves in their starts with 3, and now Cueto, unfortunately for him and the Reds, has 4 of them. Worth and Keelan Morse against Arredondo. And it's in there, a strike.
Just for a measure of clarification, those blown saves don't necessarily have to happen in the 9th inning. They can happen previous to the 9th inning, and that's probably where most of those have gone awry for Johnny Cueto.
Well, the first one for Cueto this year was down in, or was here against the Dodgers. That was that game, you may remember, where the Reds had that monster lead as there's strike 3 to begin the inning. It was on that Saturday afternoon. When Cueto came out of the game after 7 innings, allowing 2 runs, the Dodgers scored 4 runs in the 6th inning. I beg your pardon, they scored 5 runs in the 8th inning. They had a grand slam, you may remember, by Matt Kemp. A game the Dodgers wound up winning as there's a base hit into right field by a final count of 11-8. And Johnny had a blown save when the Reds were down at Tampa Bay. And then a blown save against the Cardinals on July the 15th. That was another game where the Reds had a big lead and let it get away from them. Although they did end up winning that game 6-5. So now Morse 1 on, 1 out. Ball 1 from Arredondo. Morse hitless today in 4 at-bats, has drawn a walk. And now Morse ahead of Arredondo at 2 balls and no strikes. Going all the way back to the opening inning, each team scored a run. As there's a strike to Moore. Stayed that way till the Reds got a run in the 4th. Washington tied it in the 5th. The Reds took the lead in the bottom of the 5th. Stayed a 3-2 game until the 8th inning. Cueto struck out 11 in his 7 innings of work, allowing 2 runs. But Aroldis Chapman came on and walked the first batter in the 8th inning. Struck out the next 2, but a wild pitch allowed him to advance to second. And then a 2-out run scoring pinch hit single by Ryan Zimmerman tied the game.
Well, Reds just got a break right there on a ball that was way out of the strike zone. Michael Morse could not hold back on it, so he swings at that 3-1 pitch to make it 3-2. And when it got away from Ryan Hannigan, it got way out of the circle there behind home plate, and Rick Ankiel still didn't read it enough to get to second base. So Arredondo, a ground ball away from getting out of this inning.
Three and two on Morse. Runner goes, and it's ball 4 high. The Reds had numerous chances in this game. If you're just joining us, perhaps you've been out doing whatever it is you want to do on a Sunday, and rolling in about 5:30, right around dinner time, not too far away anyway. And here we are in the 11th. The Reds had the bases loaded in the 5th inning. They got 1 run in that inning, but they had them loaded with only 1 out after having already scored a run. They had them loaded in the 8th inning with 7th inning with 1 out. Did not score at all in that frame. Nationals took the lead in the 9th. The Reds tied it on a pinch hit home run by Yonder Alonso in the bottom of the 9th inning. And here we are in the 11th with 2 on and 1 out. And Danny Espinosa the batter. Foul ball, 0-2. Keel leads out at second. Morse over at first. 1 out, 0-2 on Espinosa, and he is gone swinging. 2 outs in the inning.
A tailing fastball from Jose Arredondo, and he throws it right at the spot he needed to.
So now Chris Marrero with 2 on and 2 out. 4-4 game. We're in the 11th. Reds in the bottom of the inning will have the pitcher spot, then back to the top of the order in Brandon Phillips and Dave Sapelt. Should we get any further than that, obviously it'd be Joey Votto. Ball 1. Well, we told you on the bench the only player left, Ramon Hernandez. In the bullpen, still have LeCure and Bray and Cordero. Nationals have had to use a lot more bullpen today because their starter Jordan Zimmerman only hung around 4 2/3 innings. To Marrero, made his major league debut here last night, and he takes that pitch away from him in the dirt. 2-1. Marrero made a couple of key defensive errors in the game, which certainly helped the Reds' cause in a 6-3 decision. In fact, half the runs the Reds scored were unearned runs. He did get his first major league hit in the game here last night. He had a hit his last time up in the 10th inning off Logan Ondrusek today. That is caught by Votto, and that'll end the inning. Reds going to try and win in the bottom of the 11th. 12th enjoying the ball game here today, we understand. And 4-4 game as we make our way to the bottom half of the 11th inning. Henry Rodriguez still on the mound, beginning his second inning of work. And apparently Jose Arredondo and not anybody else going to lead off the bottom half of the 11th inning. I mean, you had Dontrell Willis down there. Of course, you know, you wonder about LeCure and how much he could give you. He came into the game last night, pitched nearly 2 full innings. He was very, very busy on the last road trip.
Remember, Arredondo was originally signed as an infielder. And he has come up with a big hit already this year, but he knows how to swing the bat. Look at him, 1 for 1.
Well, clearly we are not privy to all of the information as far as, you know, fatigue, soreness, tenderness, availability before each and every ball game, and certainly by Arredondo batting, which means they want him out there should we go any further in this game on the mound to try and lessen any work by the guys that are still out there, although you do have 3 of them out there.
Well, when you use your last catcher in the 11th inning and you've already played 1 game this year that has gone 19, you know, you risk an injury to a catcher. Maybe his shoulder hurts to the point where it wouldn't take much more to force him out of the ball game. And that's why we're seeing Arredondo right here.
Yeah, I guess for me it was more of a question of, I think we're all in agreement that the speculation on the injury the other night to Hernandez is probably a fair one. I think it's more along the lines of not seeing Dontrell Willis bat rather than Arredondo.
I see.
I think that might speak greater volumes as to what might be going on down in that bullpen right now, because, I mean, let's be honest about it. You could walk right up to Dusty Baker and he'd look you right in the eye and laugh in your face if you were to ask him, well, who would you rather have batting, Arredondo or Dontrell Willis?
Right.
Arredondo is gone to begin the bottom of the 11th. Reds have struck out 13 times in this game. The 2 teams, in fact, have combined to strike out 30 times. Reds pitchers have struck out 17 Nationals. And that is the most in any game by a Red staff going all the way back to July of 2008 when the San Diego Padres in 11 innings struck out 18 times against the Reds. So now Brandon Phillips. Strike 1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brandon, who struck out his first time up, popped to second into third. Was hit by a pitch in the 5th, had a double that really turned out to be a very bad break for the Reds in this game as you look back on it. That was the inning where Miguel Cairo started things with a single, and then Phillips drove a ball to left center field that bounced over the wall. Cairo had already rounded third, but they sent him back there. So the Reds had runners at second and third rather than a run in and a runner at second. But after that, really no excuse for failing to score. Dave Chappelle came up second, third, tapped out to third. They intentionally walked Votto before a soft line drive by Jay Bruce turned into a double play to end the inning. 3-2 on Brandon. To the count on Brandon, and it's ball 4, so he's a potential winning run here in the bottom half of the 11th inning. And Sepulveda's coming up. It's been well documented, a story about Brandon Phillips going to manager Dusty Baker and the way he has really embraced going back into the leadoff role. The thing you wonder is, will we see Phillips go back to being, that very dynamic base runner slash base stealer if he's going to be your leadoff man? I mean, let's not forget, it was only a couple of years ago that this guy was putting together 30 seasons. He has 9 stolen bases in just 17 attempts this year. And here goes Phillips, and line drive knocked down. Well, that's just bad luck for the Reds. I mean, A, it would have been a stolen base standing up. B, if the second baseman's not going to the bag, it's into center field, and Phillips is standing at third with only 1 out.
Or C, real bad luck as he actually fields this ball on a fly and flips it over to tag first base, and you're out of the inning with a double play. But he hit it right on the button to Dave Chappelle.
They intentionally walk once again Joey Votto, and the Nationals are going to make Jay Bruce beat him.
Well, second time this afternoon that the Nationals will have walked intentionally Joey Votto to get to Jay Bruce. They did it back in the 7th inning. Then Jay Bruce, a little soft line drive to the second baseman. They turned into a double play.
Jay one hit, had that home run, as Chris mentioned, way back in the 4th inning. And now a chance to win it here in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Ball 1. See, the last time Jay Bruce entered the game with a base hit to win it, back in the first few days of May. Two and 0. Now, it's been interesting to note. You look at the last 2 at-bats that Bruce has had. Bases loaded in the 5th. Was up 3-0. Took a 3-0 pitch down the middle. 3-1 swung and missed. 3-2 swung and missed. In the 7th inning, bases loaded. 2-0, took a fastball down the middle for a strike. And he swings 2-0 this time and broke his bat on a pop up to left, and that'll end the inning. Flag down by the center fielder. So the Reds strand 2, and we go to the 12th in a 4-4 game.
Sports Ohio. We are on to the 12th inning, tied at 4, Washington and Cincinnati. Jim Day with you, and congratulations goes out to the Little League team from California in the Little League World Series Championship game today. Bottom of the 6th inning, Nick Prato is your hero. California defeats Japan 2-1 to win the Little League World Series. So the Little League World Series trophy stays in North America. Tom and Chris, let's hope some California magic can shine on these Red Legs.
No, Jim. No. Well, we're not lumping in North America. The Little League World Series trophy is in the United States of America. There are a couple of other countries in North America that play in that Little League World Series. That trophy is in the U.S. of A., big man.
USA.
Indeed.
USA. USA.
It's got a nice ring to it.
It's got a real nice ring to it. It's got the best ring to it of anything there is out there. Swinging a foul ball out of play. Jose Arredondo on for his second inning of work. We're in the top half of the 12th inning of a 4-4 game. Nationals have 14 hits. They've left 14 runners on base. That ball in the air off the end of the bat, and Chappelle will run it down. One away. Henry Rodriguez is batting rather than going to anybody else in that bullpen, or they just might be letting Rodriguez bat because they don't want to use their second catcher in the game, who is the only player left on their bench, Wilson Ramos. You know, it's always so curious when you see managers and how or when they will use a backup catcher in a game and when they would think about doing it. You know, and Chris, we had a couple of games last year was very, very interesting where I remember the series we were down in Florida and the Marlins brought in their backup catcher to pinch hit in a critical situation in the 7th inning. And he got a hit to give the Marlins a lead, caught the last 2 innings. Marlins won the game. A number of days later, Dusty was in a similar situation and didn't go to his backup catcher. We asked about it the next day. We talked to Dusty at length about it. And obviously, you know, going through the dangers of bringing in your backup catcher, but getting to the point here, you let Rodriguez bat. You have activity in your bullpen. But it was 4 innings ago when Davey Johnson was going to bring in Ramos to pinch hit in the game with a chance to knock in the go-ahead run.
Well, I think a part of the decision made by the Nationals is that their bullpen has been used up. They have used, what, 7 pitchers on the afternoon. And the guys that they have out there, Ballister's pitched a couple of times already in this series, so he's got to be spent. The other guy we have not seen so far is Ryan Matthews. And I'm not sure what the status of him is. So they've only got 2 pitchers left. One of them may not be available in Ballister. So that may be the reason why you're seeing Rodriguez hit for himself, because he's going back out there to pitch until further notice.
Stubbs racing back, and that's over his head and up against the wall and making the turn and on his way to third. Boy, can he run. Bixler can really run.
He really can fly.
Man. I mean, as soon as that ball hit the warning track and you look back down to see where the runner was, he was seemingly about 2 steps away from the second base bag.
Well, he's running the entire way, did not hold up one bit at all, and he just kind of, he's one of those guys that runs kind of like Drew Stubbs, where he doesn't seem to be putting that much effort into it, but he's just eating up the real estate.
So now the batter Ian Desmond with a go-ahead run at third in a 4-4 game here in the 12th. Desmond a pair of singles and 6 at bats, has scored twice, and he's down a strike.
That puts Ryan Hannigan on notice with that runner at third base, because Arredondo's best pitch is that splitter. That ball is best when it's down below the knees, and he's already got 3 wild pitches on the year.
Fly ball right field. Bruce over near the line, and the Reds will bat in the bottom half of the 12th inning. They have Frazier, Stubbs, and Hannigan coming up. When I got to tell you, my family right there hanging in there throughout the entire game here today. Looks like Dad and Mom and 2 daughters hanging out, maybe a few friends and family sitting in front of them. Of course, they could feel like those in front of them are family. They spend the better part of almost 5 hours together.
Well, you know, I was dead wrong about our speculation as to why Rodriguez batted.
Well, it's not that you were wrong. I mean, we don't know what was going on down there. We were just, you know, guessing.
We're just guessing, but here I figured Rodriguez would be back out there for another inning of pitching. That's why they left him in there to bat. Wrong. Colin Ballister, for the third time in this series, will take the mound.
Rodriguez walked 4 batters, 1 intentionally in his 2 innings of work. But the Reds left 2 on in the 10th and 2 more in the 11th.
Well, this game goes much further, Tom. We'll be into Wilson Valdez territory. He was the infielder for the Phillies that came in to pitch against the Reds and ended up with a win for the Phillies in that 19-inning game.
You know, I meant to ask Davey Johnson over the last couple of days and never did. I mean, you know, would it even be a consideration for Rick Ankiel to pitch anymore? I mean, if you had to bring in a position player to do it, there's nobody else you'd probably feel confident about bringing in than Ankiel. As far as just arm strength is concerned, short left field, Morse will come in and get it, 1 out. Reds have left 12 men on base, but the 12 have been left on in 7 innings. And 11 of the 12 have been left on in 6 innings. 6 of the last 7.
That's a good question about Ankiel. You just wonder if he's conquered all the demons of not being able to find the strike zone.
It's a great point. Drew Stubbs a batter. And it's 1-1 on Drew Stubbs, who has 1 hit today, has been on twice. For those of you that don't remember what happened to Rick Ankiel going back to the 2000 postseason, you're talking about a young man who came up as the #1 pitching prospect in all of Major League Baseball. #1 by far. I can't miss. And he had lived up to it in a very short amount of time when he came up with the St. Louis Cardinals. That one fouled away by Stubbs. But then in the 2000 year, it's hard to believe it has been 12 seasons ago. In the 2000 year, Ankiel in that postseason during the National League Championship Series in Game 2. I mean, you bled for the guy. Threw 4 of his first 14 pitches all the way to the backstop. Here's a broken bat. Roller bobbled, and Stubbs is aboard to begin, or with 1 out here in the 12th inning, I beg your pardon. But, you know, 5 of the first 20 were thrown to the backstop. Then came Game 5. The same problem started again. And in 4 innings during that National League Championship Series, 4 innings, he walked 11 batters, threw 9 wild pitches, and allowed 7 runs. And was never the same again. And it came out of nowhere.
Well, he's one of the few that has made the transition from pitcher to everyday regular player. an outfielder, and he has made the defensive play of the game so far for the Nationals today. That throw that he made to nail Dave Sapelt in the 9th inning for the second out of the inning was about as good a throw as you will ever see.
Now Ryan Hannigan, the batter. We'll see if Stubbs can take off. There he goes. Hands taken high. Throw down a second, and Stubbs is out at second base. And Stubbs is saying he never tagged it.
It looks like he went down the slide and had a hit at an awkward spot in the dirt and kind of bounced up. Kind of a strange slide by Stubbs. Looked like he had a big jump. Take another look. I can't tell whether he got him or not. Dusty Baker's out there. There you look at it, and it definitely looks like he missed the tag. And Dusty Baker, I believe, has just been ejected from the game. That is Chad Fairchild.
So Dusty thrown out of the game by the second base umpire, Chad Fairchild. And they're going to wait for Dusty to walk all the way back down to the home plate side of the dugout to make his way up the tunnel and back into the clubhouse. I'm sure Chris Spire will now take over as the manager. Two and one on Ryan Hannigan. Line into center field and a base hit by Hannigan. So now Renteria will bat with a winning one at first. Crowd booing. Still that call out at second base. Reds would have at least 2-1 with only one out. Of course, if the call is safe out there, this game might be over on that base hit. But water under the bridge. Edgar Renteria, the batter. And he looks at ball one. And we're on our way to the 13th inning. 13 men left on base for the Reds. 4 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors for the Nationals. They've left 15 men on base. 4 runs, 12 hits, no errors, and 13 left on for the Reds. Jose Arredondo on for his 3rd inning of work. He allowed a hit and a walk in the 11th inning, allowed a triple with 2 outs in the 12th inning, but has not surrendered that go-ahead run. Jason Word to lead things off against Arredondo. He was the first batter Jose faced when he came into the game in the 11th inning, and he struck him out. And Keel to follow, and then Morris. Word has a pair of hits. He gave the Nationals a lead in the top of the 9th inning against Nick Massett with a single in the center field that drove in Ian Desmond. But then Yonder Alonso clubbed a home run to tie the game. This one is hit well. Chappelle drifting in front of the wall and reaches up to make the grab, 1 out.
Well, he makes a lot of fairly tough plays look pretty easy out there defensively, does Dave Chappelle. Well, he gives you the confidence that he's got that ball lined up the entire way. Not an easy field to play. The sun field here is the left field area. And this time of day, with the sun shining right over the stadium, creates the shadows and very tough playing field for that left fielder. Also a tough background to hit in. That sun hitting that batter's eye right behind center field, and you get a lot of reflection off that. A lot of players will tell you even during batting practice, not an easy thing to see.
Straight up left side of the infield, and Frazier on the grass gloves it for the 2nd out. Well, this is exactly what Arredondo needed, working on his 3rd inning. Of course, he's only thrown now 34 pitches, but to have a couple of guys make quick counts to start the inning, very nice.
Middle of the order guys too.
Oftentimes, it's really where you see the guys who are really the best of the best as far as focus and concentration is concerned when you get into these games and not just giving away at bats. And you brought it up earlier, Chris. We had the 19-inning game. You know, a lot of times you'll see happen what we're seeing happen now. Be a lot of runs early in a game, and all of a sudden you'll hit a stretch in a lot of these games where you might go 5, 6, 7 innings where nobody scores before finally having a game winner sometime down the trail.
I think you're exactly right that it has a lot to do with the intensity level. It picks up in the 9th inning, maybe the 10th and 11th, but there it seems like something happens to the energy of the game, especially offensively, where you see zeros thrown on the board. So once you get the 12, oftentimes it barrels right on there to 15 or 16 because guys are up there swinging early. They're kind of trying to win it with one swing of the bat, and you know your odds aren't very good when you try that. Although you hang one of this guy and he can end it. Oh yeah, at least put him ahead.
That ball is clobbered. Ooh. And will roll all the way to the wall, and Morse is in with his first hit on the afternoon. That is a 2-out double to left.
That's the kind of ball that you give up as a pitcher and you say thank you very much for hitting it right on the screws, because if you got under it about 1/4 of an inch, that ball goes into the upper deck.
So now David Espinoza. He knocked in the very first run of this game back in the opening inning with a 2-out single to center off Johnny Cueto, and there's ball 1 high from Arredondo. Well, their games that started out on the West Coast. The Giants and the Astros are already in the 8th inning. A game tied at 2. Arizona a 3-1 lead over San Diego. Diamondbacks starting play today 3 better than the Giants in the National League West. St. Louis has beaten the Pirates 7-4. Milwaukee wins again. 27-5 in their last 32 games. Man, that is doing it.
You're not kidding.
That is really doing it.
Zach Greinke nails down win number 13. He is 13-5.
They have by far the largest lead among any division leader in the game. There's a tapper to Votto. And Arredondo leaps in the air to receive the throw. .110 game began. Unlike Strick up here in the booth, he was clean shaven before this game began. Or maybe not. They had just celebrated their first 8 together. And now look at it. All in fun. Here we are in the bottom half of the 13th inning, and Dontrell Willis is going to bat. By the way, Jose Arredondo, boy, give him a lot of credit. And when you throw the ball like he did here today, that's a guy who deserves to get a win. Dontrell Willis knows all about that feeling as he's up there batting for Arredondo. For Jose, he has just tied his career high with 3 innings on the mound.
He's thrown the ball a lot better recently.
Not thrown 3 innings in a game since pitching for Anaheim against Toronto in Toronto back in August of 2009. Now Dontrell, he upset with himself there for missing that pitch. He had 3 hits here Friday night.
He's ripping at it like he wants to hit into the river.
Got fooled on a breaking ball. Dontrell going to run it out. You never know. 1 out here in the 13th. Johnny Cueto left with a 1-run lead after 7 innings. Struck out a career high 11 here today. The Nationals tied the game against Aroldis Chapman in the 8th inning. Actually took the lead in the 9th inning against Nick Massett, but the Reds tied it on a pinch hit home run from Yonder Alonso in the bottom of the 9th. And no further scoring. Cueto's still rooting on his mates. Good for him. Well, there's so many things that go into the maturation of a young person, man or a woman, in this case a baseball player. Cueto, on so many levels, you've literally watched grow up before your very eyes. And now it's become almost a fine-tuned thing. You know, his work ethic, the shape he is in now, the way he takes care of himself, working out, all the way to being right where he is right now. Well, I wish I had $1 every time in the last 24 years of having been blessed enough to have this job where a starting pitcher left the game, where he was the victim of a blown save by his bullpen, where you would pan that camera up and down his dugout and he would be nowhere in sight. Well, your teammates notice that stuff when you come back out there and root for them, because they've been out there for 5 hours now.
You're exactly right about that, Tom. You are exactly right. A lot of guys in his situation be sitting up in the lounge watching the game on TV in the easy chair.
It's always something for the fans to keep an eye on. I mean, obviously, so many of you know this game inside and out, and you've forgotten more about baseball than I'll ever know. But, you know, a little thing to watch of the game. If you have a seat where you can look inside a dugout, another team's dugout, your own team's dugout. And when a guy comes out of a game and throw a good game and is in line for a win, and if all of a sudden then it's a blown save and the game goes on and on and on and on, just like we have here today, or, you know, it only goes a couple more innings and his team wins or loses a game, and see how many of those guys are sitting in the dugout still rooting for his teammates. Chance for an infield hit here, and it is. A slight bobble by Desmond, charging in from short. And that allowed Phillips that extra step to get there before the throw.
Well, if you're not hustling down the line the entire way, and Brandon's hustling, but he's got that bat in his hand about halfway. Then he gets rid of the bat, and he's able to get there in time to go across the bag before the throw gets there. So breathing life into an otherwise dead inning. Colin Ballister is going to have to deal with that.
Now Dave Chappelle. Thought maybe he had ended the game going all the way back to the 9th inning. Unfortunately, he thought he had ended the game going back to the 9th inning on a drive into deep right center field. A ball that wound up bouncing off the wall, and because he had not run hard out of the batter's box, not run hard once passing first base, he was thrown out at third, and there's a line drive double play to end the inning, leaving Votto on deck. the 14th inning. Joey Votto tied the game on a home run in the bottom of the first inning, a 1-1 game. Jay Bruce gave the Reds a 2-1 lead in the fourth. The Nationals tied the game in the fifth. In the bottom of the fifth, the bases loaded walk gave the Reds a lead again. They had them loaded in that inning after that walk and could not score again. Nationals tied in the eighth, took the lead in the ninth. Yonder Alonso, a pinch hit home run in the bottom of the ninth inning. Johnny Cueto, a career high 11 strikeouts. Aroldis Chapman with a blown save in the eighth inning. It's amazing, over the last 14 games, Yonder Alonso only has 13 at-bats. He's batting almost .570 in those at-bats, but not even averaging an at-bat per game since being brought up 31 days ago. And for so many out there, the question they might ask is, all right, why is he not playing? And a lot of other people might counter and say, where are you going to play him? There's a base hit into left field. They obviously didn't give him a lot of rope as far as left field was concerned, as Bill Bray now comes into the game. We basically saw him at series in Chicago, and that's it. He's been taking ground balls at third base, his original position, going all the way back to when he was a little boy growing up and all the way when he went into the University of Miami of Florida. But has not played in a game at third base. So you wonder where he's going to get a chance to play, if he gets a chance to play at all.
Well, those are all good questions, but I think those are questions that have to be answered by the front office and not necessarily Dusty Baker.
Yep.
You know, Dusty's out there, and his job is to win every ball game, and he's trying to put the lineup out there, the matchups that he feels that are the best to win that game that night. And again, I mean, we've said it before, but, you know, at which time the front office comes in and says, hey, you know, we're going to develop between now and the end of the year. We want to find out about these guys, where they can play, what they can do, what they can't do, and so on. Until then, you win every game you possibly can. And you don't really make a regard as to what they're going to do next year or the year after. And I think the goal of trying to catch the Cardinals is a legitimate goal. You want to come in second place. You want to finish above 500. This ball club is good enough from a talent standpoint that they ought to be at 500 or more. And you ought to finish the season like that. Now, that said, would I like to see Yonder Alonso play? Yeah, absolutely right. Would I like to see Devin Mesoraco up here? Yes.
Flores strikes out for the first out here in the 14th inning.
Well, after giving up a base hit to start the inning, Bill Bray needs an out right there, and he gets a fastball, looks like, or maybe that's a changeup going away from him. Running right away from Jesus Flores, and that's a strikeout. Long day for Flores. Man, oh man, he has caught 8 different pitchers, and probably totaling about 300 pitches. Not an easy day for catchers.
No, 19 strikeouts for Reds pitching in a game here today. And now Colin Ballister will be asked to advance a runner with a bunt, and he pulls about away ball 1. The 19 strikeouts, by the way, by Reds pitching ties a franchise record. You know, I guess to put it in perspective, the first thing I thought of when I hear that is there's a bunt that'll advance a runner on to second base. I think it gives us all an idea about really what an unbelievable feat 20 strikeouts in a game by a pitcher really is, when you think about only 3 guys in the history of the game have ever done it. Kerry Wood, Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson. Johnson, of course, did it against the Reds.
Yeah.
To think that the Reds franchise record for strikeouts in a game, and here we are in the 14th inning, is 19. And yet each of those 3 guys struck out more than that in one game. Less than 10 innings. Man.
And they won the game.
Well, Johnson didn't win a game.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The Reds beat Johnson that night, or at least beat the Diamondbacks that night. I remember that game because Bob Boone was managing, and you know the way Randy Johnson was throwing at that time, it really didn't matter whether you were lefty or righty, but he didn't want to send up left-handers, so he loaded up that lineup with right-handers. But remember that the starting lineup for the Reds back in those days was predominantly left-handed anyway, so he sat most of the regulars and put all the bomb squatters in there, right-handers, and Johnson ate them up too. It didn't make any difference.
Fly ball short left center by Bixler, and the Reds will bat in the bottom of the 14th inning in a 4-4 game. Working on 5 hours and 15 minutes so far here today at Great American Ballpark, but Reds don't care how long they're here as long as they can get out of here with what would be their 4th straight win. And Joey Votto to lead it off against Colin Ballister, who starts his 3rd inning of work. Ballister has allowed 2 hits and misses ball 1 to Votto. Jay Bruce next. Votto's been on base 3 times. A home run has been intentionally walked twice. Nationals clearly have made the decision, and they're not alone. Doesn't matter who's batting behind Votto. Happens to be Jay Bruce today. Votto leads a planet in walks so far this year. Intentional walks as well. So teams are saying, I don't care if it's Bruce, Roland, Phillips, we're not going to let Votto beat us.
Now that's a sound theory. I mean, you've got an offense that revolves really around a couple of guys, and in this case right now, recently anyway, it's been Brandon Phillips and Joey Votto. You've got to pick at least one of those guys and say he will not be the guy today, not against us. Now that said, Colin Ballister doesn't want to go out there and just pitch around him to the point where he puts the leadoff runner on.
3-game series from the Nationals. Maybe they should have walked him to begin the inning.
Man, oh man, a lot better maybe leadoff walk than that. Stroking it the other way. I didn't think he had enough to get out of here. Landed just over the yellow stripe in the first row. And hearty hugs from all of his teammates. They'll go home happy today from Great American Ballpark. Man, oh man, 2 strikes on him. A pitch that is on the knees, on the outer black, and he takes it the other way to win the ball game. The second home run of the day for Joey Votto. This guy's unbelievable.
Well, Joey standing by on the field with Jeff Pecora.
Thanks a lot, Tom Brenneman. Yeah, Joey, boy, I like what Chris Spire said there. Just to get Joey up there to end this thing, and thankfully you were able to come through opposite field again.
Yeah. Thank goodness I have my grandparents in town, and you know, a 5.5-hour game is a long game, and we're gonna have to push back dinner a little bit.
Joey, you look at this game, and Dusty has talked about getting to 500 and sustaining it. You finally got there yesterday, and this was big because you've been kind of treading water. Now, as Dusty said, you can swim forward, and it's much easier to play that way, isn't it, I guess?
I wouldn't use swimming analogies, but yeah, it's good to get to this point and go forward from here.
No pie, don't worry.
Yeah,
thankfully,
I was
right?
gonna be pretty pissed.
How wearing is a game like this on you to play this?
It's fine. It's part of the game, and it's a lot better if it's a day game. So, you know, we played a game in Philadelphia that was a real long game, and it ended up going until 1 a.m. That's where it gets a little exhausting. But this is good. We're playing baseball, man.
Final question for you: does that ever get old when you hit the walk-off and they mob you at home plate?
After they smack you for the 100th time, it gets a little bit old, but no, it's a great feeling.
Congratulations, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joey Votto, home run number 25 on the year and 85 RBI for him right there. Very happy the thousands or so that are left here. And I tell you what, Jim Day, it's going to be very busy. They're still going to run the bases, the kids are. And then after the kids run the bases, the Philadelphia Phillies, who have basically been off for 2 days, are going to practice here on the field tonight. So still a busy night here at Great American Ballpark. Jim?
Always sweeter when you play extra innings, especially 14, when you go home a winner. And Joey Votto is certainly a winner individually, and his team a winner today. Coming up on Reds Live, presented by King's Honda. I know a lot of you, Sunday activities, maybe just getting home. You want to see what happened in this one. We got the highlights queued up. We'll show you Joey Votto's day, and we will indeed look ahead to those Philadelphia Phillies as the Reds are going to run the gauntlet of the best pitching in baseball. Joey Votto, second walk-off home run of his career. We are back for a capper after this.